What's up, everybody? I love you guys. Before we jump into this episode, I want to encourage you to tap in to the Balm Counseling Center. This is a platform that my wife Juliet created, and we have a team of counselors and therapists that can help you in so many different areas of your lives. Let me just list a few. We have support groups for blended families. There's groups to support wives that are going through different situations, for those struggling with addictions, anger management, forgiveness to freedom, women in leadership, one-on-one and certified premarital counseling, and so much more. It's all in the Balm Counseling Center. I encourage you to click the link below and start your journey to freedom today. I love you guys, and let's get into it.
The basement is back again, get it crackling. Press beat no matter what issues we tackling. Dwelling deep no matter what issues we grappling. Y'all heard the call no matter what candies I'm rapping in. Hundreds flow ain't the flow God chose. The basement is the flow God knows. We seen, heard, known, love, agreed all those. Maybe disagree, but that don't mean we foes. I'm back in this community with impunity. All them cancellations from the crowd couldn't ruin me. Besides the fact I'm digging wells rather usefully. We in the Discord with one accord kinda beautifully. Cali to Texas, dwellers don't test us. We dead to the flesh, crucifixion for breakfast. I am a vegan, no beef, only lettuce. So let us catch up with no mustard to bless us. God give us grace as we process these feelings. Give us the strength for this flesh we are killing. We are with you, remain true to the witness. Without you we lose, with you we are winning. Let's go.
Welcome to the basement, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host, Tim Ross. Shout out to all of my dwellers, literally from all over the world. I hope you're all doing great. I thank you so much for making this episode and this content something that continues to grow us together and grow us up in our faith. I'm super excited about my guest today. This is a friend. I told you all that we changed the format to the selection process of who we sit down with on our pods. It's literally just the people that I really feel like I'm intrigued by, I'm curious with, and that I know is going to help us grow as a community. And so my friend who I asked to be on the pod said yes, and I'm so grateful that she is here. Listen, we will probably go 4 hours. If we don't go 4 hours, we could have gone 4 hours. It's just that probably one of us got super
If
hungry.
we don't go 4 hours, it'll be the first time.
That's true. That's true. If the only reason why we probably won't go 4 hours today, and we might, but if we don't, it's because we're not at a coffee shop.
Bingo.
Right? That would be the reason why.
But I think we could load up and move, right?
We could,
I think
yeah.
we could.
Yeah, we could just,
Take them all to our shop.
yeah, we could start as a basement episode, turn it into a vlog, back into a basement episode. I think that can actually happen. But she is an incredible woman of God with an incredible story and just a load of wisdom. And every time I'm in her presence, I just grow. She's really like low key a spiritual mama, spiritual grandmama, auntie, like whatever hyphen you want to put in there, big sister, wherever you want to categorize her. But just the way she has experienced God and the way that she facilitates the Holy Spirit moving through her life is just something that I've always been blessed by. So without further ado, I know I'm presenting to most people, introducing maybe to a few that already know her. Lisa Jeanette is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go! Yes. I love doing those introductions.
That's good. It's like you've done it before.
I have, because I do it all the time.
You the man.
Okay, so let me explain something about Lisa, who, that's the last time you hear me call her Lisa, because I never call her Lisa. I call her Sunshine. And Sunshine is in my phone. I have her locked in my phone as Lisa first name, last name, me as a woman. So if y'all need to know anything about who I believe this woman is, if I was a white woman,
Old white woman.
an old white woman from Scotland.
No, I'm Texan. I just happened to live in Scotland a while.
Okay, got you. If I was an old white woman from Texas who lived in Scotland for a while, I would be Sunshine.
Cleverly disguised.
I would be cleverly disguised and clandestine as Sunshine. And I mean, and look at the frames. She has yellow frames.
Yep.
And like, she didn't like put these on for me. She rocks yellow frames and all kinds of colors, but yellow is among them.
Yeah, yellow is probably I have the yellow and blue, which
Yep.
I actually wore in your honor because it's totally LA.
It is. You're absolutely right.
totally LA,
You,
but I
you
do-
you met my Dodger criteria.
Yep.
You're just.
I am a Dodger. I'm dodgy.
It's a very Scottish thing to say. It's a very European thing to say.
It's, oh,
I'm a-
she's dodgy,
Yeah,
that one.
That's a dodgy character. Thank you so much for being here.
This is great. This really is. Thanks, man.
Okay, so I have to act like I don't know you for a minute.
Okay.
Because our audience doesn't know you. And so I would like for you, just starting out, and then we'll just do what we do at the coffee shops after this.
Deal.
But if you could just give us context to who you are, your upbringing, where you came from, how you got to be the woman you are now.
Dude, that's like a giant question, isn't it?
Yes, big.
Well, that's right. That's why we need 4
then
hours.
you get to, and then you get to dive in wherever you want. That's the thing. It's like open, right?
If I was 12, that wouldn't take long. But I'm largely an old age pensioner now, so I am just about to be 66.
Let's go.
Yeah, which isn't super old, but you get some street cred
Of course
for
you do.
anything in the 6th decade.
That's right.
I like old people. I've always liked old
Me
people.
too.
But when just born here in Texas, there's
Mm-hmm.
not a lot of us that are native Texans, but I was in Waco, and then my family moved a lot in Texas. It's a big
Mm.
state. But my father was in cotton, then he was in the tractor business, farm
Mm-hmm.
equipment business, and then he was in sales and didn't keep his jobs very long. So we moved a lot as a kid, which for me and my personality was grand. I loved everything new, so it wasn't a problem. I have all brothers, 2 bigger and 1 younger. The younger brother has passed, but I grew up with 3 brothers. For a couple of them, moving around wasn't so much fun. Their adventure level was a little bit different. But we lived in West Texas. We lived right on the border of South Texas.
Wow.
Which was my favorite time.
Yeah.
Absolutely my favorite time, because when I was little, if you ask me, what do you want to be when you grow up? I would tell you I want to be a Mexican. And so to move to the Valley was like a gift from all the angels in the entire world. Never mind the blue eyes and the blonde hair. I was sure I blended in. I was the token white kid in my class, but I was one amongst my people. And I wanted black hair. I wanted brown eyes like nothing on earth. And I wanted my name to be Beatrice. I don't know where I got it. I don't even know if it's a Mexican name, but I was hooked.
I am almost certain there are no Mexican women named Beatrice.
Okay, I read it somewhere. I'm sure I read it in an encyclopedia because I was obsessed with those as a kid.
That's hilarious.
But I ended up
Maybe Beatrice.
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 Does that work?
Beatrice. Beatrice. I don't think there's any Beatrice.
No, that's not what I said as a 5-year-old.
You wanted
I
Beatrice.
wanted Beatrice. Yes.
Oh, it's so funny.
Don't know where I got it. But I ended, I went to college and high school up here, Arlington, Texas.
Okay.
And in my senior year of university, I met a kilt-wearing, bagpipe-playing, Scotch whiskey drinking Glaswegian. 6 dates later, we were married, and I moved to Scotland.
6 dates later?
He came about once a month. I went to Scotland once to meet his family.
Wow.
And so it was I wasn't able to go away for college.
Yeah.
I was raised in a lot of violence. My mother was deathly afraid that if I left home, it would literally be the death of her. So I turned down a scholarship opportunity and went to college, lived at home. And so my big out was to move, 5,000 miles away and be there,
Be in
It
Scotland.
was great.
Wow.
Yeah, so I left behind a lot of the things that come with being raised in a lot of violence.
Yeah, for sure.
And thought that moving away would be the answer. But this strangest thing happened, which I wasn't aware of at the ripe old age of 21. When I moved, I took me with me. Yeah, so I sucked as much there as I had sucked here. But there was this weird thing because I had this innate drive, to just be. I'm a very present person, always been very present.
Yeah.
Very driven. I had learned early. I had my first job at 8, and I had learned the value of. I had a paper route, made $72 a month.
Wow.
And in 1968, that was mega
Oh,
bucks.
you were
I
balling.
was.
Oh
I
my
was
goodness.
the little bank of sunshine.
Yeah.
And I didn't quite understand interest rates.
Yeah,
So-
you could have charged incredible interest to
no,
your
I
friends.
because I didn't get it. The brothers. It was actually the brothers.
Okay, got you.
Can I borrow money? Sure, but it's 10%. Now, if they paid me back the following Sunday, it was still 10%. I didn't know you were supposed to prorate that over a period of time.
Oh, it's hilarious.
It's you borrowed $10, I get 11 back.
Wow.
So, but when I got to Scotland, unemployment was super high.
Mm-hmm.
So I accidentally started a little export business. Started with some different things like cashmeres and gift kitwares. And this guy got wind of it and brought me a piece of smoked salmon. I don't like Scottish smoked salmon.
Yeah.
I don't like dead fish like that. If I'm going to eat dead fish, you need to cook it.
Yeah, for sure.
So he brings me this piece of dead fish, and he's like, "Oh, it's the most famous fish in all the world. The Scots have the market cornered on smoked salmon, lass. You got to take this to Texas. They'll be eating it up." I was like, "Sure." So I get back to Dallas with my piece of dead fish, and I go over to a restaurant at the time was the place to eat, the Mansion on Turtle Creek.
Of course, yes.
So I just chap on the door, 21 years old, all 100 pounds of me, and present it. I'm like, "Hey, could I talk to the chef? I've got this piece of Scottish smoked salmon." The kid let me in.
Wow.
And the chef was like, "Well, let me try it." So he tasted, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, this is so good." And he goes, I need my friend to taste that." And he goes, "Hey, Wolfgang, come here."
Okay, hold on.
I know, right?
Stop lying. Stop. Sunshine.
Sir.
Are you kidding me right now?
No, you can't make this stuff up.
Are you kidding me right
Yeah.
now?
I want you to note, however, I did not cuss right there.
You could have.
I could have, but I didn't. I just want that clock.
Well, you're me as a woman, so I think I told
So
everybody.
yeah, Wolfgang was in the kitchen. This Wolfgang Puck, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's like a big deal. And he comes over and he's like, with his beautiful accent, he's like, "Oh, this is great. Do you have a car?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I've got a car. It's Texas." And he's like, "Let's go see Jean-Claude Gallion. Let's go see Jean-Claude Priest." So we pile in my little car and we drive to these other chefs, and they're like, "Oh, this is great." And then the next one would pile in, and we'd go to the next restaurant. And so they hooked me up when American Airlines on first class, it used to be a very different experience.
Of course, absolutely.
It was the beluga caviar. It was the Scottish smoked salmon.
Yep.
It was the Maine lobster.
Yep.
And so literally within 2 weeks, I'm selling 5,000 sides a week of this Scottish smoked salmon that I don't like. I don't even like smoked salmon. So when they handed it to me, I was like, "Oh, I've had plenty."
I'll skip that.
But then it got fun because I have 3 words that have carried me in life. I love fail. I love fail. I love a Monday. Monday is like the ultimate grace. Everything that I didn't get right last week, everything that I didn't finish last week, then Monday's a fresh start. It's like the ultimate mercy in the capitalism world.
Yeah.
And I love the word yes. I just like yes. So if somebody says, "Can you?" my answer is going to be yes. I do not know what you're talking about, but I'll get it figured out before dawn. And so they were like, "Oh, can you get fresh Dover sole?" Of course I can. Can you get? And I'm going, "I've never eaten a Dover sole. Fresh, how do you ship it?" All the things
Yeah,
you go
yeah,
through
yeah,
my mind.
yeah.
So I went back to Scotland and I'm like, okay, you got to have a certain kind of box so that it doesn't leak in the aircraft. You have to own your own air freight containers for the same reason, so that it doesn't leak. I got to have somebody to supply it, somebody to cut it.
Yep.
I got to figure out where you buy it whole. I got to have, so over a pretty short period of time, we just kind of developed a big company of a lot of employees, probably I don't know, a couple hundred people cutting fish and driving trucks.
Lisa, please slow down.
Okay.
Would you?
You
I
know,
have
slow
no
down to me comes to a complete halt. I only have stop and go.
What is happening right now? Okay, hold on. You go to. So I see everything in pictures.
Okay.
And you're telling me, okay, I go to Scotland, 5,000 miles away. I'm going to escape this violence. I can identify with that. I had to
Right.
leave Cali to come here.
Right.
I always say, Cali raised me, Texas saved me, right? God brought me to Texas to save my life or to save somebody else's, right? So,
Right. Yeah.
so I witness you. I'm watching you. Okay, you're in Scotland now, and then you say, but there was one problem. I took me with me, and so I'm waiting for and so I still had all this internal stuff that I didn't deal with, and I wound up drinking or found some Scottish cocaine or whatever. No, you got handed some Scottish fish.
Dead fish. Yeah.
Dead fish that you don't eat. You
Don't
brought
eat.
it back to Texas. You happen to knock on the door of the mansion of Turtle Creek. The kid lets you in, and the dude that tasted beckons for Wolfgang Puck,
Yep.
of all people.
Yep.
And then from there, you're on this journey. You're a fish cartel boss.
Fish cartel.
What is happening? You're the Scottish queen
Yes.
of fish. The Scottish queen of dead fish.
Of dead fish. Hector's right. Cartel, born and raised.
You were a cartel boss.
Yeah. But don't you find, though, I mean, the truth be told, a little side thing here. There are people that would, my younger brother turned to the drugs and alcohol thing to escape it. I did not choose drugs and alcohol because of any reason except that growing up, I knew if I had smoked or I had done any kind of drugs that Raymond, my father, would have killed me. And so my motivation to never become an alcohol person wasn't it's immoral or it's not a smart thing. It was always I don't want to die by his hand.
Yep.
So I'm not going to do that. But I had high energy. I've always had high energy. So I would just put it into great ideas. Oh, this is a great idea. Not all of my ideas are great. But you can't tell me that. I thought they were all great.
Exactly. At the time that I thought it was great.
But I did need to make a living,
Yeah.
and I think capitalism is fascinating. So I went that direction. That's my addiction.
A couple of hundred employees is not that's not a small operation.
Well, and in Scotland, unemployment was high, so it kind of made you interesting to people.
Of course.
So there's the odd radio talk show,
Yeah.
come tell us, who you are and what you do. And,
Yeah.
And we just did everything hands on. I drove the forklift to put the stuff into the air freight containers. I mean, we just did it all, hand loading box after box after box, making sure that everything. And so I started, at Dallas is where I started shipping the dead fish to. But they had friends in Houston. Well, they had friends in L.A. They had friends in San Francisco. Their friends had friends in New York and D.C. And so it just became kind of I'm shipping 25 tons at a time of fresh fish to this country and just having a great old time. So I'm probably 23, 24 by now. It's taken a little while, And
you're getting paid in euros.
No, there was no euro. There was even more fascinating. Every morning, so I didn't have television in my house. I lived way out in the country up by Loch Lomond. So you couldn't get television reception, but I had gotten telex had come on in the digital form.
Okay.
So I had bought an IBM computer with a floppy disk
Wow.
that let me use telex.
Wow.
So I had access to all of the exchange rates every morning because everybody was still on
Their own
their
currency.
lira, their franc,
Wow, there wasn't the
So I had to
euro.
know the exchange rates, but also had to know the landings at different ports around Europe
Yep.
to know where I was going to collect fish to send to the fishwives that would cut it and box it. So I bought it by the stone. No, I bought it by the box, which is 8.5 stones.
Okay.
A stone is 14 pounds.
Got it.
Then you cut it by the kilo. You shipped it.
This is very cartel. The
You
moment you get
shipped
to
it
the
by
moment
the
you get
kilo. You go, the kilo. We finally snuck it in. I got a kilo of dead fish. You want some? And then you shipped it by the kilo, but you sold it by the pound.
Got it.
And you might have bought it in one currency. Then you've paid for the work to be done in another currency, and then you've sold it in a third currency.
Wow.
So it was a lot of math, which is,
Yeah.
I have an aptitude for, but I do not love
Yeah, for
on
sure.
any level. But it was always so much fun.
Yeah.
It was just fun.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, guys, the most fish is sitting in Spain right now. Well, we can't buy it because the value of the currency.
Right.
And so it was all very accidental. And Glasgow is a town of two races of people,
Okay.
Catholics and Protestants. Now, the problem as a white person is, how do you know?
Right.
You're all gingers.
Right.
But my scrimmage marriage husband, because that marriage only lasted about a dozen years.
Okay.
So my scrimmage marriage husband was an elder in the Church of Scotland. So I would go. They did not know. I mean, I'm not a big fan of anything heaven at this point.
Okay.
Because you've got this model for a father. I've got this other kind of father.
Yeah.
To me, this is the most distorted, ridiculous,
Yeah. If
plan.
God is like Raymond,
Right.
I don't want to see
right,
God.
bad plan.
Yeah, for sure.
He sucks, you suck. It all sucks together.
Right.
Jumbo straw level
Yep.
suck. You know how at McDonald's the straws are much bigger? It's like a jumbo straw
Yeah.
situation. So he goes to the Church of Scotland. He's an elder. So they put me in charge of the Sunday school. Like, you had any idea? So I would bake food. It's little kids in a rough neighborhood.
Right.
But if it was raining, I got a gob of them.
Right.
Well, it's one Sunday morning, this little girl, Sammy, goes, I don't. She's dead. Can I say this? Can I say words on here? I don't know.
You can say all the
So
words on here.
she's like, oh, I don't particularly like the idea of having fucking Roman Catholics in my Sunday school. And I'm like, cool, but how do you know which ones? Well, come to find out, they go to different schools.
Yeah.
And I'm
That's
like,
crazy.
It is crazy, right? That's how she already knew. These 5 kids, they're not my people.
Because they don't go to my school.
They don't go to my school. Wow. Right? So I had to figure out all of that stuff. But we would play games and I'd get the Bible out. I knew a couple of verses because I'd been forced to go to church, but I just wasn't a big fan of the whole deal.
Yeah.
But I would take them on trips.
Yeah.
We'd go stay in hostels and we'd play hide and seek and we'd get on trains. And I loved those kids. It was so funny because they would wash their faces. That's it. And so
Oh my God.
their necks are a different color. Their face is clean as a whistle.
Everything from the neck down
Everything
is
from
putrid.
The neck down is, I've been playing in the street for a week, right? But they were so real. I mean,
Wow.
they literally were part of the change on my life because this is how it works. This right here is a real child with a street value and an incredible intelligence that you're not going to get anywhere else. And they still had this great desire to be little kids at the same time of being very old.
Yep.
And I fell in love, just head over heels. I was
Yep.
like, this is the best thing ever to happen to me.
Wow.
Is to get to teach, quote unquote,
Yep.
Sunday school. So I got to do that for years and the business was going well. And so there were probably 3 or 4 Black families in Glasgow, Nigerian. We knew them, and I was a godmother to 2 of the Nigerian boys born, which is a fabulous opportunity at day 8.
Yep.
You literally put motor oil on their tongue to keep their lives real greased and smooth. You put salt, you give them their name. Beam was my favorite name when I got the name Beam.
Wow.
So these 2 guys, the dads were attorneys in Lagos. Lagos was still the capital.
Yep.
And they were like, okay, dead fish. Nigerians love mackerel. Mackerel's not big fished in the UK. It's some, but not big. The Russians fish
Yep.
mackerel.
Yep.
So we would take a boat next to the Russian boats, get the mackerel, put it on our boat, send it to Lagos, all done by letter of credit. So there's no gangster.
Wow.
Oh, there's a little gangster.
Right. Yeah.
You got the dash. Everywhere you go, you got the dash.
Yep.
Right. So
Yep.
now I'm doing business in Nigeria. And then a guy in Nigeria was like, he's working in Baghdad. And he's like, gives me a call one day. He goes, do you have your own label whiskey? Yes.
Because that's one of your 3 favorite
'Cause
words.
I like yes. You know?
Oh my God.
Do you do mackerel? Yes. Have you done business with the Russians? Yes. Like, hasn't everyone? Duh.
Oh my
So-
goodness.
So now he's like, do you have your own label whiskey? Yes. So the next morning I'm like calling distilleries, you know. So Bass Ale is like, sure, we can do your own label because I had a brand.
Yeah.
So I take them the brand. They come up with a great label. I still have one bottle of this whiskey, by the way.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And my brother had one bottle, but somebody at his house opened it. My bottle is unopened. But 100,000 cases of Scotch whiskey to Baghdad because they sell it. They don't drink. They don't drink. Did you see the tongue?
Yes.
in my cheek?
Yeah.
But they sell it to the Patriot camps. So you have the engineering camps from the British and the Americans. But they can't bring their own. They have to buy it from the feds
Yeah.
or the Iranian cartel. I'm not sure.
Right.
But it was all dead fun. I mean, it really was. But in the late 80s, you're too young to know this, but in the late 80s, the savings and loan, which were the big banking industry, they just crashed. And so everybody went belly up. Lots of companies went belly up. Economies really suffered big time. And so my American customers went belly up.
Yep.
And by then, I'm 29, 30 years old. And so my company, went belly up as well.
Yeah.
But we had assets, so we sold them, paid off of the last electric bill. And for a short time, I came back to Texas to kind of regroup. Ended up going back to Scotland within about 6 months. And but it was kind of like, for me, I'm 29, 30, and I was like, that was so much fun.
Yeah. You got to run that back.
I'm
Right?
I'm okay.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
okay. That was great fun. Who
Yeah,
knew?
yeah.
Who knew I was going to get to do that for that long?
Wow.
My scrimmage marriage husband was 40 or 41.
Gotcha.
So we're at midlife crisis.
Yep.
So this big life that we had been able to live,
Yep.
I'm like, it's just money.
Right.
If money is what you're after, you can figure out a way to get money.
Yeah.
It's one of the few things you can do that with.
Yeah.
If time is what you're after, you don't have that much power.
Wow. You don't have that much money.
You don't have that much money to get any time. If affection, if grace, none of the others are. But money, if you've got your heart set on money, yeah, you can go do that.
Wow.
Period. Yeah.
You can get more money.
You can always go get more money. So we leave Scotland back and forth. Kind of looks like it's going to be the end of the marriage at one point. In the meantime, I had children.
Okay.
So
Can we?
Sure.
I want to go slower right here.
Okay.
I know there's an age disparity, but that aside, for you to have that mindset as a wife, right? Like, okay, we made some money, we lost some money. It doesn't matter. We're
Right.
good.
We're good.
That's hard for men to believe.
I didn't know that at the time.
I understand that.
Okay.
The reason why I say it is because I was watching. Let me talk about me. Then I'll talk about this movie I just saw for like maybe the ninth time. It's just a great movie. I keep it in my Apple library and I pull it down every once in a while when I'm flying around the country. But when I got married to Juliet, I didn't have a job for 9 months, and 5 years after we were married, I was able to retire her from her job, and she's never worked for anybody except herself since that day. So my whole life has just been like, long live Juliet. I never have to question why this woman loves me. She met me with nothing. On the day that I proposed to her, she actually drove us to the space because I didn't have a car, right? So I'm watching War Dogs, which we're talking about this. And have you ever seen the movie?
Yeah, isn't that like a whole gangster movie?
Well, it's a movie about these two Jewish kids that find out how to sell guns.
Guns, right? Yeah.
To the military, right? And so, one of the guys,
Not exactly above board.
not exactly
Okay.
above board, right, but saying yes,
Saying
right?
yes, yeah.
They had
We'll
yes
figure it
down.
out, yeah.
Can you get us a million?
Yeah.
A million rounds of ammo? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. We got that, right? So one of the characters in the movie was a massage therapist.
Yeah.
And then his other friend is the one that gets him to come into the business with him.
I got to go rewatch this movie.
It's a great movie,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
And they blow it up. And there's a scene in it that makes me, I'm watching it on the way back from California this past weekend, and I almost burst into tears. There's this moment where he's trying to lie so that his wife won't be concerned because he's out doing really dodgy things.
Dodgy.
Right? He's very dodgy, and he runs out. She's tired of his lies, so she leaves him. Right? And men don't wake up till you leave. Men do not wake up until women leave.
Yeah,
They can scream to
that's a solid. That's a solid truth.
right. Like you can scream to the top of your lungs. Until you leave us. That's when we're like, oh, sugar, honey, iced tea.
She meant it.
She meant it, right? So she leaves, and she's very boundaried. Like, you can say hi to the baby on, I don't know if it was Skype or whatever, right? Back then. And he comes back. He comes to her mother's house. He knocks on the door. She opens the door. And he's like, I'm sorry. I'm never going to lie to you again. I think I'm just going to go back to being a massage therapist. Like, would that be okay? And even thinking about it makes me want to cry.
You're making me cry.
Yeah, she looks at him and she just goes, yes, it's okay. It was always okay.
It was always okay. That was the begin.
Right? Like, you thought I needed you to lie to me to sell to sell weapons to the United States government and make millions of dollars for me to love you. Like, I loved you when you were making $26 an hour as a massage therapist or whatever, right?
Right.
And it is hard for men to believe when the women that we love tell us, you can have all the money or no money, I'm still here. So I just, you saying that made me think about the movie, and I had to give you that whole thing. Yeah. So yeah.
I think that's absolutely legit. There's a difference in the innate value that we're born into.
Yeah.
And we've stopped paying attention to it. But there is a value that women are born with that we get to loan to our men if they'll borrow it. And there's a value that men are born with that women have become reluctant to not only ask for, inquire about, be interested in, but we're afraid that if we valued the same thing, that it might somehow make us something that we're not. I don't know what happened. It got real jarring for a while, and it hasn't completely gained its own ground back. But to remember that you were born the warrior and I was born the sniper on the wall is important. I'm not the front line, but you go down, everybody needs to watch out because nobody will take you down faster than a woman protecting.
That's right.
Nobody.
That's right.
There's not a fiercer soldier.
Absolutely.
But I'm not the first one.
That's right.
You have to have carried the banner first.
That's absolutely correct.
And I'm married to a man. His name is Tank. His name's
Right.
Tank.
His name
What's
is
that tell
Tank.
you?
His name
tells
is
you
Tank.
everything.
Exactly right.
I'm going first.
Yep.
I'll tell you if I need you.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, I'll probably be able to figure out if you need me. I have some disciplines to learn. All of them. I have all of the disciplines.
Yeah.
But even in that dynamic of, this is out of the order of the story, but Tank and I went through that. When we got married, he had a great job. I have a new company, living in the States now, and his territory was the globe for his job.
Wow.
And so he would up and go to China for 6 weeks, or up and go to India for 6 weeks, or be on a phone call for 5 days in Brazil.
Yep.
Just never off the phone call.
Wow.
And so finally one day I said, I've been in situations where I didn't have a place to sleep. I didn't have a place to live. I didn't have food on the table. So if you want to quit your job and work at Target, I need you to know I'm 100% down with a 30-hour week. At that time, it would have been $8 an hour.
Right.
And he kind of laughed and he said, we just kind of worked it out. He did leave that job.
Wow.
And he started working with me because there were parts of my job I hate and I'm not doing. And so I was costing myself incredibly stupid money.
Yeah.
And so he loves that. So he picked it up, and we're partners in a business that I accidentally started 35 years ago. But just that.
I love how you accidentally start businesses that can sustain you for 35 years.
This was totally an accident. Every business I've had has been an accident. But there is that relationship of it didn't demean him in any way because he had a clear definition of himself. The bagpipe playing, Scotch whiskey drinking Glaswegian had a definition of himself that wasn't very clear to him. And so you kind of have to deal with that. I would never trade for those days. To be honest, there's not a minute of my life that I would trade for. Not one, no matter even the really horrific ones.
Yep.
As benign as it might sound, I wouldn't be sitting here. I wouldn't have the children and grandchildren that I have. I wouldn't, I wouldn't have met the guy at the QT today. I'm not going to trade a minute for the minutes that I got back.
Yep.
So that while they have been extreme and painful in some situations, to not slay the scrimmage marriage husband. He didn't get me, he didn't appreciate me, but he knew that I could make a buck. And he didn't want to do that. He wanted the money without putting a lot of time and energy into it. And so when I came to that reality that it wasn't me that he liked, it was the idea of me, that it made staying married very, very difficult. In a marriage where he was an elder
Of the Scottish Church.
of the Church of Scotland, but I didn't particularly like God at all.
Right.
So we didn't even have that common ground.
Right.
And so when there's no real, where's the
Yeah,
firma,
yeah. Yeah,
right?
exactly.
There's no piers.
That's right.
There's no cornerstone, or
There's
as they
no
say,
anchor.
there's no cairn, is what they would say in Scotland. There's
Okay.
no cairn. There's no landmark. We didn't stack stones. It was a little easier to walk away
Yep.
from the dynamic. In that time that I was married to him, we had twins.
Okay.
We were told we couldn't have children at all. And we'd gone through a process to adopt children, foster children, which in the UK is completely opposite. They actually fund it for you.
Awesome.
And which is, I think, a more clever system, right?
Yeah.
Makes more sense. Will help you raise a child that no one's going to raise.
Exactly.
But, and so I had twins, McLean and Mackenzie. Their birthday's coming up. They were born on Valentine's Day. They didn't stay very long.
Oh.
And so it was a devastation sort of moment because I'd never been as excited about anything in my whole life.
Wow.
I knew I was preggo. When they told me it was 2, I was beside myself. I
Yeah,
mean, literally, if there's a
absolutely.
physical way to be beside yourself, I was so excited. I was uncontainable. I was pretty sure there was 9 or 10 of me running around the room. I was so excited. So to not get to keep them
Wow.
was a wipeout. Had J-Mac next.
Okay.
He's now, I should know, but I think he's in the 37, 38, 39 range.
Okay. Okay.
I also know that in this marriage, I've been married in the 20 to 25 year range.
Got it.
I do
Understood.
ranges.
I like it. I like it.
I'm in range.
Yes,
It's
you're within
decades.
range.
He's in the 3rd decade. My marriage is in her 2nd decade.
Got it. Understood.
J-Mac was with me in the times where we didn't have a place to live. We didn't know how we were going to eat. My house was going to be foreclosed on. We're stuck in London with no passports. There was no way for us to get back to the States. We'd been evicted. He's been through all of it
Yep.
with me. But there are these things going on. They're dead fun, super exciting. I still have this family in Texas that I'm just grateful that at the time there were no cell phones.
Right.
There was no FaceTime,
Right,
video,
right. Yeah.
none of this nonsense
Yeah.
where you can't escape.
Yep.
But that time in Scotland, I had this fabulous sister-in-law, sometimes mean as a coot, very take charge. She was a force of nature. And sometimes she loved me, and sometimes she was okay if I did not ever come back.
Wow.
So we just had
Wow.
this fabulous relationship. She died very young. I love, love, love her daughters. One daughter has a little girl right now, and watching her be a mom has just been the sweetest thing ever. It's just so cute. But there's all of these things. My father-in-law in Scotland, Joe, at least an agnostic, probably a pagan. I think he went to church for maybe he went to my wedding when I married his son. He went to his other son's wedding. Maybe a christening. That'd be about it. Joe loved me. To a point that I could think, okay, there is a love. That's the end of the sentence. There is one. And this man has the market cornered, and he's giving it to me. And it changed everything. So the fact that the marriage didn't work out, the fact that there were losses, the fact that we did go really, I mean, we can go a little broke. We went like balls to the wall, total broke, right? Go big or go home.
Right.
All of those things were going on, and this man loved me. And it was worth every bit of it. My son J-Mac is named after him. The J is Joseph. And so there's this business of gratitude that I guess, I don't know, maybe I've grasped it more now that I'm a believer, people. But even when I was Patty Pagan, this man showed me there's a real thing.
Yep.
It is, love is a thing.
Yep.
It's genuine. And so all of these things that go on, if we look, and I don't think we have to look very hard. There is a guy at 7-Eleven waiting for someone to grin. It's always there.
Facts.
It's always there. We're just not always. Talk about movies. Did you ever see Joe versus the Volcano?
No.
Okay, you got to watch this movie. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure that all these guys got together on a back porch and they're smoking things besides cigarettes.
Right.
And they all had one line they'd never been able to put in a film.
Yep.
So they made this film and they called it Joe versus the Volcano. And it's just full of these little one-liners that you kind of got to be. The film itself is dead stupid.
Yep.
But it's Meg Ryan plays all three women. And Tom Hanks plays this guy that's just like dork 10X.
Okay.
And
I have to.
you got to watch for it. You got to watch for Joe versus the Volcano.
I got two movies from you today
And
that I have to watch.
at this one point, she's talking to him, and she says, I think she's in the third female role that she's in, and she says, with this great Valley Girl accent, she goes, Daddy always says, there are only a few people in the world awake, and they walk around in a total state of awe.
Wow.
And you're like, it's just this one line in this incredibly stupid, hilarious, slapstick, largely plotless movie.
Yeah.
But that business of being awake has come to me by virtue of trying to find a way out of the dark when I was pretty sure there wasn't a way out of darkness, because I did not choose heaven until I was in my 50s.
Yep.
I mean, I not only did I not choose it, I deliberately didn't
Yep.
pick it. I would play at it because it was, you live in North Texas.
Right.
You got to pretend. You know?
You're in the Bible Belt.
Yeah, me and Jackson Brown, the pretender.
Yeah, you got to speak the language.
You got to speak the language,
Yeah.
especially if you're in business.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? Because church people give business to church
Absolutely.
people.
That's right.
So I came back to Texas after all the disasters, and we had gone back to London for a brief time. He called and he said, hey, Scotland was my people, and my culture in Texas is your people, and neither one of them had worked for us to kind of have a marriage. He says, I'm living in London. Let's give this a shot. We're both foreign. So I took J-Mac out of school. We moved to London. It wasn't many months at all before I was like, he was working for a prince that we had done business with in the Middle East. And I was like, we're on one more scam. And the scams had been, if I told you the scams, you would say, nah, you're making this up as you go. They're so big, I couldn't make them up, right? They are hilarious. Yeah, you got arrested by Scotland Yard one time, trying to sell a $23 million letter of credit from Venezuela. No, I'm not making it up, right? That's exactly right. You know? No, it's not even in a movie because no one would believe it. It's so far-fetched, right? So I'm
Wow.
like, okay, we're in, I think we may be in another scam. And so it did fall through. We did get evicted. I'm now there with a 5-year-old trying to figure out, he has a British passport, I have an American passport, but both passports are still in this flat. We couldn't take anything.
Wow.
And so I forgot these headphones. How's my hair look?
Your hair looks great.
Okay, am I
It's
looking
cute.
good? Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know, the elderly, we have to have something going for us from time to time. And so a friend sent me money. I got back to Texas, and I didn't cry the whole time. I was stressed, but I had a 5-year-old. I had to look like, no, we're picking this. We're picking this life. And we landed in Chicago for a connection, and on the tarmac was a pickup. And there was something about that pickup that I realized I'm back in the States. You don't see pickups. At that time, you just didn't see pickups in the UK at all.
Yeah.
And there was a pickup. And I looked at J-Mac, who's 5, and I said, we're going to be okay. If this flight doesn't go, we can walk to Texas from here. We're going to be okay. We're a place where I know how to make it work. And he's looking at me like, it wasn't working?
I'm 5. Okay, whatever you say.
Sure, Mom.
That's great.
So we got back to Texas. The house is being foreclosed on. The car is being repossessed. I started waiting tables at night. My brother owns a gorgeous jewelry store here in the area, and so he taught me to be a bench jeweler. So I sat in the back and made waxes and cast jewelry, and if it was raining. But in the daytime, if it wasn't raining, I mowed yards.
Yep.
Now, there's where you have some power, because the faster you can mow,
Oh,
the more you can make.
that's exactly right.
So I'm mowing 31 yards a week, waiting tables at night. If it's raining, I'm doing this bench jewelry gig. I did that for a couple of years. The lawn mowing thing took off. And somewhere in there, in home building, one of the builders determined he was going to not just build a house, he was going to sod the yard. So now all the builders have to do it.
Yep.
So a company that I had been mowing the model homes for, they were like, oh, can you throw sod on the yard? Yes.
Here we go again.
Here we go again. I'm like, I go down and find a farm, a guy that delivers grass. He wasn't a farm, he just delivered grass. I'm like, so this is sod? And when I'm trying to figure out how much goes on a yard, like a tape measure, how do I do this? And he's explaining the whole thing to me, and he'll drop it on the yard, but I've got to pick up every square,
Yes.
lay it on. Well, how do I do that? Really? Because I want the yard to grow.
Yep.
And then, and you have to roll it. You have to roll it? Like, no, big roller, really heavy, you know, got to water it in. Can you throw it in the wind? All the questions, you know. So then it's like, well, can you put some yopons in the yard? Yes.
I don't even know what a yopon is.
Exactly.
What
Nor
is a-
did Buffalo
what is-
Butt here,
yeah,
right?
what is a
It's a
yopon?
little shrub. You have some up front.
Okay, got you.
And so,
Thank you. I'm glad to know I have yopons. Please tag them on the
I'll
way
tag
out.
them on the
that
way
way
out.
I can identify them.
This is a yopon. This is a kulana. And so I made friends with a guy at the nursery in Mansfield, and I was like, I would go down. Like one lady said, "Can you prune my crepes?" Yes. And I'm looking around her yard going, it's got to be taller than the grass if I'm going to. So I go down and said, the lady wants me to prune a crepe. Which one of these is a crepe? What do I have to buy? How do you prune it? There was no Google.
Right, for sure.
There's no YouTube videos.
No, we gotta ask.
Right? Keep in mind, geriatric, right? This was the land before time. And so then the builders wanted this grass, and so now I'm throwing grass, and but I can't do all that. You know, a pallet of grass is 3,500 pounds. I weigh maybe 100 at the time.
Yeah.
I'm a ripe old 110 now because, you know, age. And so then I hire 3 guys. I hire Arturo. I hired some white guys. White guys don't hire white guys. So I hired Arturo, David, and Alex. I'm pretty sure they were cousins or
Yep.
brothers. And they were my guys. And we rode in the truck together every day. We'd mow grass. We'd plant grass. We would buy yopons.
Yep.
And we would plant them. And then it accidentally rolls into, like, all the builders are having to do it to keep up with each other. Because now nobody wants to buy a house without grass.
Of course.
And so now I'm over the first 10 years, I have 450 properties a week that we're mowing. I've got a lot of guys by then.
Of course.
But the grass thing is making more money. And you don't have Sally, I'm throwing a shower, calling you on Fridays saying they're delivering tables at 9 a.m. So I need the boys to be there at 8:10 and be gone by 8:55. You can't run a business like that.
Right.
And so I'm like, I start firing those customers left, right. I have to get out of the maintenance business. It moves into the sod business, which moves into the landscape business, which moves into irrigation design and installation, which I know nothing about. This is no longer garden hose stuff, right? So then there's just all these things that I had to learn along the way.
Yeah.
And so now that company is probably right at 35 years old, maybe 34, 30s. It's in its third and a half. It's a decade.
It's in the third decade.
It's in the third
Yeah,
decade.
you know the range.
Yeah.
You know the range.
And so in the meantime, it's completely outgrown me now. So when I married Tank 20 odd years ago, we just had an anniversary,
Awesome.
but I accidentally missed it because I was out of town.
Because you know the ranges.
I know the range.
You knew it was coming up.
In our defense, and we've both missed it, in our defense, what we did was when J-Mac and I were in London, one of the things we could do during the daytime was stay in a church on Trafalgar Square called St. Martin in the Fields. So St. Martin has like an orchestra rehearsal there. So they heat the church.
Oh, nice.
It's January when we don't have a place to particularly stay.
Right,
And so we
exactly.
would go in there.
Yeah.
Right. And sometimes we would hide. And so that church is called St. Martin in the Fields. Beautifully enough, I was at St. Martin in the Fields a few days ago where I took Tank there because when he's like, we dated for about a year. I got on that Match.com thing when no one was on it.
Really?
Yeah. I was like the prehistoric very firster on Match.com. And so it was dead fun because if you loved me and you set me up on a date with your friend, now I got to stay for the whole date.
Right.
Even if I'm like, this is a terrible date. Because I got to report back to you.
Right. That's
If
true.
I'm on that thing and I fix myself up with a date,
That's right. It could be
And
one and done. Like
I can go,
truly one and done.
no. You don't have to stay for the whole date.
Oh.
Yeah, you can just go, wow, you're nothing that you said you are. So here's $10 for your martini.
Yep.
I'm going home to watch MASH reruns.
Yes.
And you don't have to feel bad about it because I initiated the date.
Right.
So after about a year and a half, I meet this guy, Tank. We go on a date. And then we went on a second date a few days later. And he says, do you want to do something Friday night? I said, well, to be honest, J-Mac's now about 16 years old. So he's like tracking, He's like, where are you going to be? So I told him we were going to be at this hamburger joint. He shows up, starched jeans, cowboy hat, comes to the booth, flips a chair around, all 140 pounds of him, crosses his arms. Now he's interviewing this guy that I'm on this second date with. The guy handles it really well. He's not like, what?
Yeah. What's going
It's
on?
like he just answers the questions. So J-Mac leaves. So Tank says, and I think his name is, I just told you his name, David. So we're on this date, and Dave at the time says, do you want to do something Friday night? I said, we see that kid you just met. I'm taking him and some of his pals to Paris on Friday. But here's the deal. There were some girls going. I had a room to stay with the girls. Nobody's staying with these boys. So here's my plan. All of a sudden, I'm like, you want to go? Because now somebody could stay with these boys.
Yeah, for sure.
I said, hey, you want to go? Have you been to Paris? He's like, I've never been. I said, do you have a passport? He's like, I don't have a passport. And I'm like, well, this is our last date. Under my breath, I'm like, we done.
Right.
This is over. And I said, oh, okay. So at the time, you didn't give anybody your phone number.
Right.
I get home. Since I've determined this is our second and last date, I get back on Match.com. There's an email from the guy, Dave. And he says, hey, what flight are you on? Are you on 52 going out, AA 52 going out, and what are you coming back on? And I'm like, you don't have a passport. He sends back, I found an expediter. I'll have a passport by Friday morning. Was it a real invitation? And I'm like, he's an engineer. The man's an engineer. He's a mechanical. He has his master's in engineering. You know how they are. They're engineers.
That's
They don't move quickly.
gangster.
Right? And I'm like, dude, an engineer with a level of spontaneity and an interest in foreign travel. We may have a third date. And I said, yeah, I gave him the flight numbers. And so he shows up at the airport, I'm trying to remember exactly what he looked like. That's him, guys, the blonde guy over there.
Oh my goodness.
And so he goes on this trip with us. Well, halfway through the trip, he's like, oh, I actually speak French. he just remembered that he had taken French.
What is happening?
And so he's like speaking French. Well, he spends a week with us, and it was really dead cute because these boys ran him through the ringer, and I got to watch, how's he going to respond? Who is this man? And so about a year later, we've been going out about a year. And I got back from Peru one time, and he said, I just want to marry you. You leave, and I can't go with you, and I just want to marry you. And I'm like, okay, why do you want to marry me? And here's this engineer, Mr. Non-Poet.
Yep.
You know what he says? He says, because when I'm with you, I feel celebrated, I feel liberated, I feel free. And I'm like, what kind of engineer are you? So I said, yeah, I'll marry you. And I said, but I have some questions. Like, what is your name? So his middle name is Martin. J-Mac and I would take all of our refuge in St. Martin.
Oh, get out of here.
And I go, I know exactly where we're going to get married. So we gathered about 35, 40 friends, went to London. We did not set a date. We had like 5 days there. And so we decided when it works, we're going to run to the chapel in the crypt in St. Martin's.
Get married.
And get married. And so we took a preacher and we had our stuff. We're pretty sure we're legally married. Don't check on it. Okay. And so.
But there were witnesses.
There were witnesses. So we got married at St. Martin because his middle name was Martin. Do you love that? You cannot make that stuff up.
This whole story is incredibly
You
poetic.
can't make that up. Who is named Martin?
No.
Really, nobody names a kid Martin.
No.
Who looks at a brand new baby and goes, oh, that looks like
A Martin.
a Martin. No, a Martin is an 80-year-old man's name.
Maybe a Martian
Exactly.
or a Martin, whichever one.
So after J-Mac and I got back, and I accidentally started the lawn mowing business, and my goal was Pop-Tarts and lemons. So
Pop-Tarts and lemons?
Pop-Tarts and lemons. He loved Pop-Tarts. I couldn't afford them.
Mm-hmm.
I liked fresh lemons in my tea. Couldn't afford those. And so I bought one of these ledger pages. It's about this long. And I wrote down, in the divorce, we divided debt.
Mm-hmm.
We had no assets. So you pay those debts, I'll pay these.
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote down everybody that I was supposed to pay back. And each month I would write down January, this is how much I paid everybody. And at the end of each year, I'd flip the page and start a new balance. This went on for probably 10 years. Electricity got cut off a lot during that time. Pop-Tarts were still not an option during that time. And then when things began to kind of, okay, got the debt paid off, we're going to buy a couple of things. We will start with Pop-Tarts and lemons. And so things just took a different shape. I put him in the school that I wanted him to be in because J-Mac's great. He's a little bit of a con man. He's making straight A's at school. Good kid, but he's not a straight A student. Right. So I'm like, he's cooperative. He's charismatic. He says, yes, ma'am. So I put him in this private school. Just like that. He's a C student. I'm like, there you are.
I knew if I got you in the right environment, the real you would come out. That's really good.
Yeah. So he really did learn. He learned.
Yeah.
Before he was like, they love me.
Yeah, exactly.
And I can get away with it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know where he got that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's now I'm in my 50s, and Tank is a recovering Roman Catholic. I was a recovering Southern Baptist, not big church people. When we get married, he has 5 kids. I have J-Mac. His is a combination of kids from marriage and stepkids, and so. But the beauty of Tank was he never uses that language.
Yep.
These are our kids.
Yep. Period.
So our 6 kids now have 15 children.
Wow.
So we have 6 married kids.
Yep.
We have 15 grounds.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
And we are very much a yours, mine, and theirs.
Absolutely.
And everybody is.
Yes.
Yeah. They don't always get along. Do not get me wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
But in my 50s, this customer from one of these home builders that I would sometimes say, Tank, we'll run to their church. And we did. We did try to be people at their church, and I was hating it. I just didn't like it. I just didn't like it. But he decided that the church thing I was doing was largely bullshit. And so he got about a dozen people making a pray for me for 3 years. Wow. And every once in a while, he would say to me, hey, I went on this thing, this retreat thing. He says, I can't really tell you anything about it. they're a little bit older than us. And he said, I went on this thing, and my wife went on this thing. It changed our lives. I think you'd enjoy it. And I'd be like, because I can't lose the customer, right? So I'd be like, yes. It's either going to be yes Monday or fail, right?
Right.
Yes. In my mind, I'm going, a week with a bunch of church ladies?
Yeah.
You're smoking crack cocaine.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
Hard no.
Yeah,
Hell
yeah,
no.
yeah.
Absolutely no. Yes. So for 3 years, I said,
Yes.
of course.
Yeah.
And so in my 50s, I got maxed on a bunch of things that didn't matter. Some of them mattered, some of them didn't. But there was this collection of weight that I couldn't cope. And I'm a coper. And I got in a fight with J-Mac one morning, and he wouldn't leave. He wanted to fight. I didn't want to fight. I said, you're going or I'm going. It was my home. He wouldn't leave my home. So I went upstairs, and I got a duffel bag, and I was very emotional in the moment. And I put things in it. And I got my journal. For years, I wrote in this journal. It's about this wide and about this thick. In the 100 years ago, in the 1920s, it was a customs and excise ledger. And I'd bought it somewhere, and I'd just written in it forever. Got my journal, got my bag, went out, tank is in the garage. He's like, what are you doing? I said, I'm going to go for a while. And he's like, he saw the journal. He's like, okay, but you're taking the journal. Are you coming back? Because he knew. That was like, if the house catches on fire,
Right.
the pictures, that's all we need.
Right.
So he's like, I said, I looked him right in the chest because he's taller. And I said, I will tell you that I will come back. That's all I could muster. I didn't actually mean it. Didn't know if I meant, didn't care if I meant. Got to the end of our driveway. It's kind of like yours. It winds a little bit. I got to the end, and my choices were, if I go east, it'll be East Texas, lots of trees, claustrophobia, not doing it. It's November. If I go north, I'll be cold. I don't do cold.
Right.
I don't do any of the F words.
Right.
I don't do 50s, 40s, freezing. No F words when it comes to weather. So that was not an option. If I go south, I'll run out of Texas. I didn't bring my passport. That left west. I could go left, and that was it. I went left, which happened to be west. And for a couple of days I drove, and then all of a sudden I realized I'm coming really close to two of the towns that I grew up in, which was both strangely inviting and painfully terrifying, because it was going to take me back to houses where truly horrible things happened. And I couldn't stop the Jeep. I was driving the Jeep there, and I knew it. When I got to Lubbock, I called my oldest brother because I couldn't find the house. I lived in it till I was 4, and I knew the house really well because of some experiences there, and I couldn't find the house. I knew where his elementary school was, and I found that. I tried to backtrack, and I called him, and I said, hey, it was a one-car garage, right? And there was that one sidewalk straight up the middle to the front door, right? Because I had a tragedy there that had not left my mind. And he's describing the house, and he's kind of driving with me for a while. Find the house. It's rainy, parked. I sat in in front of the house for hours. I don't know why no one came out and arrested me. I don't know why snipers weren't sent, but I was allowed to sit in front of that house, and I just replayed so many things. This is up until I'm 4 years old.
Wow.
And it was in that house. I was 3 years old when I realized what my role was in that family. Now, I've got all brothers, and they're all 6 foot or better, and I don't know what happened that I stopped at 5. But, there's some real advantages to being a short person. Like you can get away with murder.
Literally.
You can.
Yes.
Because people think that you're... And don't trust the little people.
The little people will murder you.
We will murder you. Not from the back. We're coming right to the front.
That's right.
Guns, we're blazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So in that house when I was 3, my father got very angry. He slapped my little brother who would have been, this is how I know I was 3. He slapped my little brother who was 6 months old out of the high chair because he was crying. It broke his skull. He's bleeding. He's in the floor. My mother was definitely afraid of my father for all the obvious reasons.
Of course.
And so she's like, my father goes out of the room swearing and saying he's going to divorce us. He's going to leave. He's packing his bag. I'm worried about the baby. My mother grabs me and says, go tell your father not to leave us.
Jesus.
So I did, because I knew my job. And apparently by that point, I had not dissimilar assignments, because it didn't, when I'm remembering, it didn't seem foreign. Okay, this is what I do. And so I went and I talked to him. He was in a rage. It's just me and him. He's putting stuff in a bag. There eventually, and I drove about 30 miles west to the next town that we lived in, Levelland. And by now, it's getting late. I drove around for about an hour. I check into a hotel. I'm a little bit 10,000 poundish. What am I doing here? This is going to be too hard. In that town, we had gone to a church. I had a school that we went to. And so there were significant places. That's where I had my paper route. Where I made my mega bucks.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. 72.
Yes, and my
big ones.
$72 a month.
Yeah.
Right? And so the next probably 3 or 4 days, I drove around town. I went to the country club that we belonged to. There was a pool there that my father had just drowned me in because I couldn't swim. I couldn't learn to swim. It was November, so the pool was empty. So I went in. I walked down to the pool, at the bottom of the pool where the spot was. You know, that thing that happens to a drained pool where there's dirty water and some lawn chairs, all that's happening. And I'm standing there, and I just stood in the spot. I went to the 2 houses, I stood in front of them. I went to friends' houses. I went to the cotton gin where he worked. I went to the cotton compress where he had worked. I found the dealership where he had taken a job with a farm equipment company. I broke into the school. A fabulous Mexican man let me in after a lot of cajoling, and I kept telling him, I am Mexican. We're the same.
I'm Beatrice.
I'm Beatrice. And I got to roam that little elementary school by myself. It was closed for Thanksgiving. So I got to roam that school, sit in the rooms. They had all changed drastically, obviously. And just be in the middle of all the minutes completely by myself. When they were going on, there was a very clear sense of, I'm by myself. You're going through it and you know you're alone.
Yeah, for sure.
To go back to them as an adult and be completely alone was terrifyingly cathartic.
Well, why was that so important for you to do?
I don't know. And I don't know what drove me there. And I don't know what gave me the courage or the bravado to go in. It never had appealed to me in my 5 decades to do such a thing. But there I was. And there I was. I went to the church. That was the hardest thing to get into. They did not want to let me in. What are you doing here? What do you mean you used to go here? Now, that building had not changed an iota. The girl let me in. I sat where we sat, but she stood there, arms crossed, like, I don't know what you want, you know. I didn't get to stay there very long. It was the 60s, so there was that part of town across the tracks that I had always been intrigued by. I drove there, I stood there, I walked there. There was not a piece of that town. I found a couple of people that I'd been friends with, and it was just amazing to me that I could find them.
Yeah.
You know, spent time with them, journaled out the wazoo, got my book out, wrote. Faced down some things that I had never let myself think about since the moment that they had happened. Most of them along that sexual abuse side. And then I started home, one morning I woke up and it was a little bit, that scene in Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol where he wakes up and he's like, oh my gosh, what day is it? And he opens the window.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, oh my gosh, this is Thanksgiving week.
Wow.
I have a big family.
Wow.
What day is it?
Wow.
I didn't know what day it was. I had texted Tank some. I had one friend that I had called during that time. But I was like, now I'm panicked. I want to be home. I want to be Thanksgiving. I'm not big on Christmas. Love Thanksgiving. And so I, started home, and then I just stalled out again. Now there's something else. So I stopped a couple of times, journaled a whole bunch more. I was acutely aware on this journey that the one that everyone likes, the one called God, was with me. But he was in the back seat. He was in the back seat. There was someone riding shotgun, but it wasn't him. But he rode in the back. And at this last stop that I made, there's a great road between Lubbock and coming into like Jack County. It's Highway 84, I think. It's a great road. A lot of canyons. People don't know Texas has these canyons.
Yeah.
A lot of small towns. So I was stopping at a little lay-by there, and I was a little bit paralyzed. And I realized that disappointment had been with me this whole time, like a person. Like she was a girl in the front seat. And when I realized it, I knew he was there, but we didn't talk. But when I really acknowledged what this is that I'm carrying around, and I called her by name, just capital D, disappointment. He got out of the back seat, clear as day. I don't like him at this point. We have not had a conversation. I didn't pick his boy. Nothing's gone on. He gets out of the back seat. He opens the door, and he takes her hand like a princess, and he walks her to a bench in this kind of rest area park thing, and he sits beside her, and he kisses her on the head, and he gets back in the Jeep, and he's the front door is still open, and he's like, and I was like, okay. And he sat in the front seat. We still didn't talk. Rode home. About less than a week later, I run into this friend that is a customer that I didn't know had all these people making a mad pray for me. And he's like, hey, I signed you up to go on that thing. Talk about paralyzed. And I was like, okay. When? He says, yes. He says, January. So in my little con man mind, I'm like, oh, I'll figure out how to get out of this by January. January came, I couldn't get out of it. I go. But because I'm like one of these people that's all in, no matter what we're doing, whether I love it or not, we're going to be all in, right? Go big or go home. And so I'm like, okay, great. I'll do your church lady thing, and I'll just gather more evidence because I'm not wrong about your God. And on day 2, they had this thing they called Starvation Day. Well, they called it fasting. I called it Starvation Day, total Starvation Day, right? So they send you out, and you've had 2 or 3 activities with all the women that you're supposed to do. There's 15 women, and so I've done them, all the gusto. On Starvation Day, they give you a manual for just that day. First thing in the manual is salvation. What's your salvation? And they start talking about salvation, and it has all these pages written down that you're supposed to read. And I had a Bible, so I'm getting out the Bible. Again, I'm a lawyer. This thing, and now I'm reading this, and it's written so differently, so kindly, so sensibly, that it was audible to me. Well, that just made me madder. Why didn't anyone tell me? No one has told me this like this. You've just let me walk around a born-again asshole, completely committed to my journey, and no one has paused to say, hey, this is salvation. So now I'm like, it's January day. I have found a place. They say that you go out that morning, and they're like, ask Jesus where you're supposed to go. You're about to get my driving finger. This is total bite me moment. I'll do that. So I'm like, I saw a windmill when we drove in. I'm going to go find the windmill. I didn't know the windmill wasn't on the property that we're supposed to stay on. You know, the rule one broken. So I'm sitting there and I'm just getting mad. And I'm like going through my whole list. You know, 2 months ago, I'd gone to all these towns. I'd been in the middle of all these things that had happened. This was a very current childhood for me, and even though I'm in my 50s. And I'm just, okay, if you're here, if you're on this horse ranch on the moon, and I'm just going through the list, and I'm mad, I'm F-bomb everywhere, and I'm cussing, and he shows up. I perpetually wear overalls. I always have. My grandfather wore overalls, the grandfather that I adored. And somewhere along the line, I subconsciously thought, overalls rule. And, you know, just a couple of years ago, it was when I realized I wear overalls because Pa wore overalls. I didn't put the two together until I was in my 60s. But subconsciously, overalls rule. If you got overalls, you can do anything. So he shows up. He's standing there wearing overalls. This is the one you, at that point, I would have said the one you call God. He's standing there wearing overalls, and he's just as casual as he can be. He's like, hey. I'm like, I know who you are. Cool, I know who you are. Fine, show off.
Yeah.
And I was like, I said, I don't know why you'd be here. I don't like you. I've been calling you every name in the book. I've been cussing you out. Why would you be here? I was so indignant. Why would you be here? He's like, bring it. I can take it like a man. Well, that's a bravado. I belly up to that bar, right? So I just proceeded. I just like listed my evidence. I listed all of my experiences. I said to him, the last time I prayed with all my might, you let my girls die. You are such an ass. And this whole business of the father, you're smarter than that. I could have made a better plan. And I'm a girl. Your plan was terrible. And it just went on and on and on. And he's just like, I know. And I finished. I said, I'm done. You can leave. We'll never be close. I don't like you. And I'm determined to stay that way. And he said, nothing you've said has made me love you less. I'm crazy about you. My cry changed to something unknown to me. I've been crying, but there's a big difference in crying out of self-protect or angry and crying out of foreign. What he said was so foreign. I'm crazy about you. I love you. You can't make me not be these things. So we just talked for a while, and it became very ordinary, and I had so many questions. But I was at such, he used to ask them. It wasn't information gathering. It wasn't evidence gathering. It wasn't bowed up. It was, tell me about. And one of my questions for him was, I said, okay, like Baptist, this business of, there's three of you. What the hell? I mean, what the heaven? And I said, I don't know what to do with that, but I want to know. And he says, well, do you remember that my girls were matching twins? They're identical twins. But I knew, as carrying them, very different human beings. So different. I knew. Yeah. One is mean like me, and one is so dialed back, you know. And he said, you know, Al McLean and Mackenzie had very different personalities. I said, yeah. He said, but they looked alike. He said, just think of us as matching triplets. And for me, that was just like, oh, no, I clear as bell. Get it.
Done.
Done. Done. And I've never had to wrestle with this Trinity question at all. And so now, you go back up to Camp Jesus Kool-Aid where all the other church ladies are. And so everybody that night, you're still on this starvation day. So
Right.
they give you like a little cup of, this is mojo. No, this is broth. Do people speak fluent brisket? Because we haven't eaten since 6 o'clock yesterday. No, the fast goes till tomorrow morning. And you can choose to go longer if you want. Yeah, by me. So they give you the broth and everyone's telling their stories of the day. And I'm like, oh, so we had, and you were supposed to, and y'all did what? I got stuck on salvation. And then Overall Man showed up. And so they're like, everybody's told their stories and we've gone for a couple hours. And finally, Freddie, who is the facilitator, looks at me and she goes, how'd your day go? And I'm like, I think brilliant. She goes, do you want to say anything? I'm like, no. It was funny because later I read that thing on the right-hand side of the Bible where Simeon and Anna showed up in the temple and they told Mary about her boy and she kept these as treasures she didn't tell. Eventually she told.
Right. But
But in
pondered
that
them in her
moment,
heart.
she had to ponder them. That was, and I just needed, later I was like, oh, that's what I did.
Yeah.
Because I did tell later.
Yeah.
And what I didn't know at the time was this was unusual. I thought everybody, when you became a believer, people, you had this conversation
Yeah.
with, pick your triplet, who's your favorite?
Yeah.
And my least favorite was the father guy, and he happened to be the one to show up. I didn't know that it's called a theophany. I didn't know that. Two, I didn't know this was unusual. So I'm just like talking about it like, you remember that time, when they showed up and started talking to you? So the next day they had this interview, and the first question in the interview, so the wisdom of the deal is they have two on a trained ministry team, and they talk to one person at a time. So if you say something stupid, somebody can figure out how to help you. And so they're like, okay, tell us about your salvation story, Well, I'm on a trip with a bunch of church ladies. They're already believer people. They're there to spend time to get closer or the next or be repurposed or restored or re-something. And so they're like, everybody's salvation story is, I was 7 and I was 15. And so they're like, when's your salvation story? And I'm like, yesterday.
On starvation day.
It was yesterday.
Yeah.
Right. And so now we don't have like an agenda for that conversation. So they sat there a second, or maybe an hour. It was quiet. And finally, Freddie says, I think we should sing. And she sang, Jesus Loves Me. And I've stayed, in many ways, I've stayed there. I've stayed toddlers for Jesus. It's been like 10 or 12 years, more than 12 years probably. A decade. We're in the next.
You're in the range. You're in the range. 1 decade is down.
1 decade
We got
is
it.
down.
You got it.
And in so many ways, I still feel like toddlers for Jesus or juvies for Jesus. But because I'm in my 6th decade, well on my way to my 7th, there's this thing that comes with time that even though I don't have all the pages in my story of growing up in a church and getting discipled and some of the language still is very confusing for me. There's things that are used commonly that I literally just have to go home and look up, and I find that some of the words that blessing is one of them. I had actually, a friend explained this to me. She's a preacher. She said that she had read that the guy, there's a translation of the Bible called the Message, maybe, Peterson.
Eugene Peterson.
Eugene Pete. And so Eugene got fixated on that word blessing, and he did a bunch of research, and we've been misusing it drastically, because it really just means a compass in a new direction. So anytime there's a blessing, it makes you think about that Jakey boy, right? So he gets born as he's a mama's boy, and mom's like, "Hey, you're the guy." It got confusing there for a minute, but the blessing's yours, right? So, and then his brother comes in, and he's been starving, and he's like, "What are you making?" He says, "I got soup." He goes, "Right, I'll give you my birthright for a bowl of gumbo." Right?
That's right.
So now we have two, right? And so then he like marries two girls that are sisters, right? So the father-in-law gave him a couple of blessings, and then he dressed up like Chewbacca from Star Wars and got his brother's blessing. And then his dad's like, "Well, crap, now I got to give you your..." So he's got like half a dozen blessings. So now he's out in the wilderness. He's pretty sure the big brother's out to kill him. His father-in-law's not far behind going, "Somebody still has all my little fake gods."
That's right.
Right? And so he's out there and he's divided everything. He's kind of by himself. I don't know what by himself meant to a guy of that standard. Like, did he still have helpers and some donkey? I don't know. Was he literally all by himself? He's largely by himself. And he's wrestling with the angel of God, and instead of saying, "Protect my family," or "Save me from my brother," or "Kill my..." He doesn't say any of that.
I won't let you go.
He says, "Until you bless me." Now, this guy has more blessings, countable blessings, than anybody on the left-hand side of the Bible I can find. And when he's going to wrestle with heaven, he's begging for a blessing. In the context that Peterson describes it, that makes so much sense to me. I've been finding my own way. I kind of conned everybody about how you get these Jacob's lambs, which they're still called, by the way. They're still to this day called a Jacob's lamb, which I love. Jakey still has it, right? I kind of conned my brother for gumbo, all the things. Been a con man. I want a fresh start, is basically what he was saying. Give me. It was before the Christ, right? So there's no blood yet. So he's like, okay, how do you do the grace when it hasn't been born exactly like that yet? How do you get one?
Yep.
I want the grace.
Yep.
And so in that context, some of these words that are used in the house, used in the church, used in communities, I'm like, what's that movie? Another movie. I do not think that word means what you think it means. Isn't that Princess Bride or something?
It might be. I think so.
Yeah. So there's words that I still struggle with, and you know that we've had enough. Yeah, we've had enough coffee, and I love that you'll take time to explain me. You don't. You know I'm a juvie for Jesus, but you never treat me like it's a handicap. You never treat me like it's a lesser, and I really love that. I have great friends that will honor me that way. They're not like embarrassed for me. They're like, "Okay, you're asking. Here's what I know so far."
Yeah.
And I love it. People that will answer, "This is what I know so far."
Yeah.
Not which is a reasonable amount of authority.
Yeah.
I don't know how much authority we actually get on this plane, but that seems reasonable.
Yeah, for sure.
That seems a reasonable way to approach it. Here's what I know.
Yeah, here's what I know.
Here's what I know so
right
far.
now.
Yeah. So I like that. And so when I became a believer, everything changed. I got back from that Kool-Aid event. And so Tank's standing there and he's looking at me, and I'm clearly somebody new in town. Aliens have got my cheeky, dodgy, cartel-driven wife, and someone else is standing here. And all he can do is he's looking at me, very calculated, engineer, right? And he's like, because he's not big on this whole church thing either, right? So he looks at me and goes, no. And for about a year and a half, every time I would start, he'd go, still a no, right? So same friend. He's like,
we're just going to focus our attention on him now.
well, yeah, we still have 12 people. We're just changing the name to protect the innocent, right? And so I guess they just diverted and they started making him mad, pray for Tank. So he goes off to Camp Jesus a little more reluctantly than I did. Not cussing as much. Tank's not a cusser.
Yeah.
I really love a good cuss word.
Me too.
I did try. I spent all of last year trying to fast cussing. At the church where I do go to, they challenged you in December, fast something you really love. Some people give up food, football, things. So I picked cussing. I love cussing.
Yeah,
so I'm like, okay.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to go a year without cussing. I just had to make 21 days. I didn't have to make a year.
You just had to do 21 days.
I had to do 21 straight days.
Did you make it?
Once I made it 13, once I made it 14, but no, I never made 21. So to get back to January 1st was such a relief. But Tank is not a cusser guy.
Yeah.
He's not a guy that gets, very angry about very much. But
do you have to be angry to cuss?
Oh no, cussing is best when you're funny. I just
Yeah,
think
yeah.
I think the F-bomb is one of the funniest, which was great about living in the UK because they love
Well, that you took the words out of my mouth.
the
Yeah,
F-bomb.
to come
Yeah.
from a context. First of all, the world is so big, right? And I understand that based on where you are, there are different sensibilities and different offenses, and it is wild to me to think so myopically about words.
Words.
And who gets offended by them and then who legislates the 5 words and what language this is actually offensive. Because I've said the same words in different languages and nobody's batted an eye. Probably because they didn't understand it, but also because we've just culturally, right? We've just culturally Brene Brown said something to me that I thought was very spot on. I don't know if Brene Brown is actually a believer in Jesus. She seems to be more of like maybe a deist with some Buddhist remixes in it. I don't know.
But they still say some things that are true.
Of course they do, right?
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
They all say something
Yeah.
that's a little bit true, right?
Right.
Right. North adjacent, right? And so, but she said something about, because she's a sociologist, right? She's just studied humans for years and years and years and years and years. And she just said, I've studied humans and have thousands of hours with people that have gone through all kinds of things in life. And I've basically got empirical data that says that when humanity is at their worst, they do a lot of praying and a lot of cussing.
Mm.
And yeah, I get it. And the people that the people that choose not to use that language, I think like Tank, it's a choice, right? But it's amazing to me that there's been so many people within the Christian camp that have sworn off these words until they
Sworn off the swear words.
Yeah, until they stub their toe, or
yes.
their 16-year-old gets pregnant, or sends a picture of her titties to
Right.
some boy she's in love with, or the boy sends a picture of his peen back to
Right.
the girl, and then all of a sudden, and then it's like, I'm so sorry I got mad. I'm like, no, that's been swimming around in there. You'd probably be more liberated if you just gave yourself permission to say it without.
Well, they're better cuss words. I think are better funny.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Sometimes
best
they're
way.
the best punchline.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, a good strong word every now and then.
But he did. He did
Never
go
hurt
on the
nobody.
Kool-Aid event, and he did come back going, I get it. And several of our kids have been. It's changed our changed our family to fall in love with the triplets.
Did he see God in overalls too, or no?
No, he's an engineer. He has a fabulous story. I'll get him to tell you sometime.
Oh, I would love to hear his
He
story as
asked
well.
to see creation. He asked to be there at the moment of creation.
Told me this.
And he got it. He got it.
Isn't that crazy?
You got to let him tell you the story because it blew his very methodical
Yes.
processing mind
Yes.
to just go, yeah.
Yes.
And he tells it just almost as like, you're back to that word, awe.
So, I think we've talked about this before. So I gave my life to Jesus 30 years ago, this year. Right?
Yeah, we realized we had the same fall in love with the triplets
That's right.
birthday thing.
Yeah. January the 14th,
Yeah,
right?
We're the team.
96 for me, and then whatever decade it was for you.
One of
right?
those decades.
One of those days, right? One of those decades. And I think when the Holy Spirit brings you to the day I gave my life to Jesus, there was no sermon, there was no altar call.
Right. I remember that.
I'm sitting on the back row of this banquet room in a bowling alley that we were having service in.
Because who doesn't bowl for Jesus?
My parents. And I sat there, and the Holy Spirit convicted me of my sins. I knew something in that moment that I had never known before. that the way I was living my life displeased God.
And you were a kid, right? Like 19 or
I was 20
okay.
and a half.
and a half.
So I'm aware of my sins, and then I can literally feel the disconnection I have from God the Father.
Is the disconnection different from a disappoint? Did you feel disconnected, or did you feel a level of bummer, dude?
I felt disconnected.
Okay.
I felt like, how do I explain it? It's like when I hug my dad,
Okay.
it's like, this is my daddy,
Right.
you know, and I was disconnected from that, like the embrace. You're present,
Right.
always been, but that, come over here. Why are you over there? Come,
Right.
right? Like, come give me a hug. Why are you over there? You know, and I could feel it. I don't know if I had ever felt the hug to even know the absence of it, but I knew I wasn't in the embrace. Right.
Right.
And so I'm like, there's a sense of urgency on me in this moment that I'm like, I can't, there's no way I can. The morning worship had just started. This is a Pentecostal church. I could be 3 hours away from salvation. Who knows? Depending on how the Spirit's moving, I don't know.
And one good sniper at the back door, and I don't get to do it.
Right? You know what I mean? So I'm there's such a urgency. I'm literally in the back row, like I'm trying to think through, like they're gonna sing songs, and then they're gonna, raise an offering, then they're gonna maybe sing a special song, then the Holy Ghost might fall and people might run, and then I don't know if they're gonna do testimony
Now,
service.
this was your folks' church, right? They were,
Yeah,
they
my
were the
parents'
preacher
church.
people.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay.
And they were great people.
Okay, but
These
they're
are-
the preachers.
Yes.
Okay.
And they're the same publicly that they are private.
But they had different jobs too. They were like,
They were bivocational
okay,
the whole time.
okay.
So Daddy worked for the U.S. Postal Service for 33 years, nights. Mommy worked for the LAPD, days. And then they pastored this church on the weekend. They had a Bible study on Friday night, and then they pastored the church on Sunday. So I'm sitting in the back, and my dad just happens on this day to open it up for testimony service. And in a Pentecostal church testimony service, it was basically open mic for anybody that wanted to testify about the
Okay.
goodness of God. Okay?
That's bold.
It's very bold, because I would say 40% of these people don't actually know what a testimony is. And so it becomes a confessional sometimes, and or a complaint session for how the enemy is doing so much. And then at the end, they just say, but God is faithful. Please pray for me. Right. So there's 5 people that get up in front of me. I'm on the back row. There's 5 people that get up in front of me. My dad starts from the front, and I just have to stand there. Wow. And I'm like, hurry the F up. Like, you know what I mean? Hurry up. Right?
If you put holy in front of the F word, it changes everything.
I think
yeah.
it does, right? Hurry the holy.
Holy the Batman.
Right. Holy Batman the F up, right? So I'm there's this urgency because I want to hug my dad.
Like your real dad. Your
No.
dad standing there. Oh,
No.
the big dad.
Big dad.
Okay.
Right? Like
Right.
I feel this disconnection.
The
and
one I call Lord Real Dad.
Lord Real Dad, right?
Okay.
So I'm like, I want, because I have a great father in
Right.
front of me. So
Right.
and now I'm like, I know something I didn't know before the Holy Spirit brought me to Jesus. Listen, you can't even make this up, right? So it's been 30 years, and it might as well be yesterday for me. Like, you don't get over it.
You don't.
You never get over it, right?
And you can't not tell it like you're sitting in the middle of it.
So I'm standing there, and I am like, one moment I'm standing there and I'm good. I'm sitting there and I'm good. And then the next moment, I am aware of my sins altogether seems like in a flash that I'm disconnected from God. And I know for a fact that Jesus is Lord and God raised him from the dead. It's like, you can't even make me deny it. I haven't even confessed it yet. I know he's alive. Virgin birth, resurrection from the dead, ascension on a cloud. Make that make sense. We think the two implausibilities are the womb and the tomb. No one wants to talk about the freaking cloud and the ride into where? Nowhere? Pluto? Where is he? Mars? So I'm just standing there and my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it's me. And then he goes, I think Tim has something to say.
He jumps the queue for
No, he goes in order.
Oh, he does.
From the front to the back, and I'm on the back row.
So 5 have
1,
gone.
2, 3, 4, 5, and then it's me.
Okay.
And he looks at and so everybody's sat down, and then it's just me standing in the back. There's like 47 people in the room. That's being very generous too. It might have been
46. We're in the fourth group. We're in the 40s.
Might have been 31. Who knows? And he goes, I think Tim has something to say.
With a question mark.
With a question mark, because he's like, what?
Wait, what? Yeah.
I'm a PK. I don't play church. I'm not.
Right.
I don't.
Right.
So
you're in the back row. Of course, you're PK.
If that dude is up, like, what, sir? And I said, I give up. It's the first thing out of my mouth. And everybody's kind of looking like, give up what? Like, they're like, and I said, I just need to give my life to Jesus right now. So my mom lets out the biggest, blackest hallelujah you have ever heard in your entire life.
Can you replay it? What does that sound like?
Hallelujah, Jesus!
Holy cow.
And it just sent.
All through your guts, all through your bones.
I just burst into tears. And my dad burst into tears. And Sister Beverly Walker, who was my Sunday school teacher, I'll never forget her as long as I live, burst into tears. Everybody's crying. I'm crying. And no one even tells me to walk up front. I just start walking up to the front. Mm-hmm. And my dad hugs me. My mom comes over and hugs me. Beverly's waiting to get her hug. I just think it's different. I don't question anybody's salvation experience. God has so many ways to bring people to his son. And I've just met the people. It's going to sound, I've never said it like this, and maybe I'm only saying it like this because I'm talking to you. And so if it sounds disrespectful to you or anybody in the audience that hears it, just grant me some grace. In my experience, the people that have been led to Jesus by the Holy Spirit with no interference from the church's politics, polity, their obstacle course. Right. I'm not talking about the preach gospel. The preach gospel is beautiful. Just talking about the obstacle course. The people that have come to Jesus and not have had to go through the obstacle course, we're just different. We're just different. I've always experienced. That's why we connected like we connected. Mm-hmm. I didn't know your backstory at that point. You didn't know mine. But the first time we met each other, I have a lot of reasons to love Levi Lesko. A lot of reasons to love that man. But I've never been so happier to have a man and his wife be hanging out at one of their friends' house and then to be invited over to see my friend at his friend's house and that friend be you.
Is that the friend of a friend of a friend of a friend?
It's a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend.
I think I'm pretty far removed, but I'll take it.
And I felt like I won the lottery that night when I met you.
It was for me. It was immediate. I've known him all of my days.
That's exactly how I felt.
Pretty sure we got separated at birth. I was a twin. Here he is. This is my twin. We match. We are the same person. It's like an amoeba moment.
Yeah, it was.
Separated by 20 years. But who's counting?
Yeah, no, I'm not counting. So I have just
No, can I back up? Why would that be like? Why do you think that might put someone off what you just described?
well, you know, I'm from LA. I got saved in a secular state,
Okay.
right? I didn't get saved in
In the Bible Belt?
I didn't get saved in the Bible
Where the buckle's
Belt.
rusty?
Yeah, exactly. Like obviously my parents have
Right.
always loved Jesus. Prior to them starting their church, they started the church when I was 13 in our living room. Okay, it was hella embarrassing for me. I just thought of all the places, our friends on the block clowned us because in the summer we would have to have the front door open. We had a screen door, but the front door was open, and we're doing praise and worship, and this sound is billowing out of our living room while my friends are playing in the street. So then I got to change my clothes out of my church clothes into my play clothes to go outside to get roasted by my friends. Like, oh, y'all in there talking about Jesus, or your mama was screaming and was she speaking in tongues, and y'all are weird. And,
Y'all drinking. Y'all are drinking in
Right?
there. Yeah.
So-
I heard your mom.
we are not drunk as ye suppose. So, you know, I was very embarrassed. But my parents loved Jesus. But outside of that, like, there was no church culture to, like, my friends didn't go to church. Like, they were gang members. Right, we were all school kids until the 7th grade. 6th grade, we were all school kids. And then in the 7th grade, whatever happened in the summer in between 6th grade and 7th grade, everybody joined the gang by that time. So when they came back, Charles was now Lil Rainbow and Jesus was Lil Clown.
Okay.
Right, everybody had parceled off into their respective gangs.
You?
I was in a gang for 7 days.
7 days.
They kicked me out.
You didn't pay your dues.
My dad terrified me more than gangs and police put together.
Quick question.
Yes.
Why did your folks decide? Were they always believer people, your folks?
Yes. My mom.
What happened to them that they knew they were supposed to do that thing where they invited people to their house to talk about the triplets?
So that's an interesting story that I don't think anybody's ever asked me. So I had a dream when I was 12 years old. This dream was very vivid. And in the dream, everybody in the world came to our house for water. Everybody. 915 Hartview, Valinda, California, 91744. There is a line from our door to where I can't see. And people have glasses, buckets. There was 2 men that were actually carrying a bathtub, like those porcelain bathtubs. And they would come up to the door, and my mom would open the door. And however much water was needed, that's what came out of the house. So
Was this a long dream? You know how you have some dreams that you want to stay in? And
this was
loved it?
one of those. I
Was it?
loved it.
You loved it. Okay.
Because I was fascinated by it.
Yeah,
Because I was
yeah.
like, we have water for everybody.
Were you in the dream? Could you see you? Or were you just an observer?
I think I was just observing the
Okay,
dream. Yeah, my mom was at the door giving all these people water. So my mom has the gift of interpretation of dreams.
Okay.
And I told her the dream. And she said, okay, I'm going to go pray about it. So she goes to go pray about it. And the Holy Spirit tells her to start a church.
And bring water.
You have water for people's souls, and you need to start a church. So she starts that church based off that dream
Wow.
when I'm 12.
And it's like 8 years later before you say, I'm disconnected. I do not know how to.
I know for a fact that based on the house I was raised in and the life I had lived and been exposed to, you would have been hard pressed to get me to Jesus through anybody else. My parents had no duplicity in them at all.
Who's the no duplicity guy? Is that Nathaniel?
Who's Nathaniel? Oh, no guile. Yes.
No guile. Is that duplicity? No, those are different.
No, that's the guy.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no guile in him at all.
Is that a duplicity?
Yeah, that would be the same thing, right?
Okay.
There's nothing in you that's switching up.
Okay.
So when the Holy Spirit led me to Jesus, what I do remember feeling also in that moment of like disconnection, I need my hug from my dad, Lord God, real dad, and I'm aware of my sins and all the things. Also remember, oh my goodness, I get to have a relationship with God like my parents. Like I wasn't the PK that grew up with like, oh yeah, they say all that BS on stage, but at home they're drinking and hating each other, and my dad cheats and my mom, blah blah blah.
I like that voice.
Yeah,
You should be in the movies.
Yeah.
That's a good voice for the movies.
So they were the same people, and I think that was vitally important because I would go on to be around people in ministry that were not the same people.
And you knew how to tell the difference
Oh yeah,
because you'd been raised by it.
I had been raised by people that were authentic and vulnerable and transparent. I came from especially where I grew up in the hood on my block, having two parents, black, and
You're black? Yeah. No one told me.
Should we stop the
I thought you were a Mexican.
Should we stop the pod? Yo soy mexicano.
I know, you're Spanish.
En mi corazón, en mi corazón.
heart,
Sí,
in
sí,
your whole heart.
pero en mi piel, no.
Not so much.
No más. No
Más o
más.
menos. Well, más o
No
menos.
tanto más. No tanto más. No tan más. So, I was like really hyped to start this relationship with Jesus because I was like, sweet, I got what my parents got. And I just really think LA, look, you can go be at the beach. You can get into a bunch of stuff.
Right? A lot of distractions.
Good, bad, and a lot of distractions in LA. Nobody's giving their life to Jesus at 20 and a half as a prank or a joke or as a fad.
It's not trending? It wasn't trending?
It was not trending. In 24 hours, my friends were my mother, my father, my Thompson Chain Reference King James Version of the Bible, and my PlayStation 1.
Because of choice, or people had dropped you like a potato?
My friends withdrew from me because they respected my decision.
Oh, and they didn't want to be like an influence.
Correct.
That's kind of cool.
They were like, yo,
my
nigga, salute.
Do that.
If that's what you're doing, salute. But we ain't joining you.
But we're not going to mess you.
But we ain't gonna mess up what you got.
All right.
If that's what you're doing, my guy, stay over there.
Okay.
And I did. And I dove in that book, and I haven't come out.
So it wasn't even lonesome because you had hugged heaven. I kind of think you remembered. I think there 353 times left and right hand side of the Bible, it uses this word, remember. And I think this moment comes when we all got invented in heaven. We all got built there.
Yep.
Eventually a time came when we got woven into a mother's womb, but we were already a being. And I think sometimes we get to go, this is so familiar. It's not deja vu-y. And then almost like that hug, that pair of overalls,
Yeah.
that kiss on top of the head is
Absolutely.
a reunion.
It is a reunion.
Yeah, it's another one of those R words. There's a lot of restores. And
That's right.
The REs are big.
Yeah,
They're
they
big.
are. They are.
And I wonder if it was so intimate because you're like, this is right, because it's not unfamiliar.
There was a familiarity.
Yeah. So you weren't alone. You didn't feel lonesome.
I did not. I was alone, but I was not lonely.
Yeah. There's
When
a
I
big
tell
difference.
you, I was not lonely. I wasn't like, oh God, it wasn't the wilderness.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It wasn't like, God, you're punishing me. When will I have friends? I was so content. I might as well have been Adam in the garden before God
Before Eve.
was even like, you know what? It's not good for you to be alone. That wasn't Adam's suggestion. That wasn't even Adam's observation.
Right.
He wasn't like, the ape got somebody. These two damn giraffes are walking around here pretty happy with each other.
Giraffes. Yeah.
These monkeys are swinging around with each other. How come I don't have anybody to monkey
Even the
around with?
hippopotamus got a girlfriend.
Right, exactly. Where's
he
mine?
ugly.
Right? No, it was God is the one that makes that statement. So I was very content. But that formation, I think how you start, right? And there's a lot of people that start in community, which is beautiful. But then when they don't have community, then they're like grasping for stuff.
Right.
Yeah, and they're
Yeah.
and then if you now I'll say this one, this is not everybody's experience, and I've been in ministry for 30 years, so I can say this. I don't believe in the everybody bow your heads, close your eyes, in the dark, raise your hand, nobody looking around. Like, how you setting that person up to even be a witness the next day?
Right.
Like, you did it in the dark. You didn't,
Right.
you know, this clan did.
It is confusing because it says you got to like state publicly. I mean, in my church when I was a little kid, you walk down in front of everybody, kind of bold faced.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I saw.
And then you turn around and stand in front of everybody,
Yeah,
right? You don't
right.
stand towards the preacher. You stand towards the audience, right?
Turn you around.
You
Everybody's
just-
got your profile.
and you're like,
Mugshot time.
Yeah. And
I'm leaving my life of crime.
I remember, you know, in Rome, you do what the Romans do. And there were some places that I went. It's like, okay, y'all do salvations like this here, and I'll do it. But I never felt good about it. I'm like, you should be eyes wide open. Stand on business. If this is something you really want to do, then do it. And if you don't want to do it, maybe God spare your life next week or tomorrow at the camp.
When you walk down to the front that time, you're 20 and a half years old, and you walk down to the front, was that unusual with that group of people that your folks were? Because you said, I walked to the front, but nobody actually invited me. Nobody told me.
Yeah,
to
it was
do
just instinctive
Yeah.
to just come up.
Yeah.
And that's just where I've been the whole time. And then it's crazy because I was, you know, I still got my little stud earrings in or my hoop earrings in and my little silver herringbone. And I was so Cali. I was like Southern California to the hilt, okay? West Coast for life. And I'm talking to hood niggas about Jesus in the same cadence that I would talk to them about our favorite rappers or some gang member who either put in work or got worked. You know what I mean?
Right.
Beat up somebody, shot somebody, or got shot somebody, got jumped, whatever. And they're listening. Like they're leaning in. Like, hey, dog, when you talk about them, like, you almost make me want it. It's almost like, you remember when Paul was in front of, I think it was Festus, and he's like giving his account of like why he's been brought up on these charges, and Festus, I think it's Festus, he says, you've almost convinced me. You've almost convinced me to become a believer. And he's like, man, not just you. I want everybody that's in the court. Like, yeah, I want everybody in here. There's just this, Paul just knew, where am I? Galatians? Okay, y'all are more like this. Or Romans? Oh, y'all are more
Right.
like this. And
Right.
where am I today? Let me figure out where I am. And I'm about to,
Read the room.
yeah, let's read the room and then try to figure out
Right.
what kind of conversation we need to have here. Yeah, but you could take the podcast away, the preaching, all the places. Nothing beats January 14th of 96 for me.
That thing that there's a thing that happens once you belong to a house or you get involved or you don't just fall in love with the triplets and then you just fall in love with the triplets and you go back to work.
Right.
So
right. Seems like that would be much easier.
it would be because I'm good at work. You know,
Right.
$72 a month, baby.
That's exactly right.
But there's some language. We're back to that. I love words. I love the very fact that when you talk about the Adam, his first job, the
Yeah.
first time he was instructed to speak was to start naming things.
That's right.
And apparently, the Lord's real dad stood there and like wrote it down. Like, you tell me, I'm going to make a record.
That's
you
right.
tell me, oh, that's a gorilla, that's a hippo. Got it. You're writing it all down. And it's somewhere in that process, Adam didn't say, everybody's got a girlfriend on their arm but me. How am I
Right.
supposed to go to the prom?
Right.
It was, in fact, the Lord's real dad that went, oh, here's a plan. Let's take this next level. Adam started, his first day was, you are good, and then here's your job.
That's right.
So you fall in love with the triplets. I fell in love with the triplets, and I'm in my 50s, and I've got church friends. I've got not church lady friends. Those are not my favorite, but I've got friends that like read the word and know the things. This word comes up a lot, purpose. And I mean, I'm into this now a dozen years or more. You turn to 20 and a half, you fall in love, you get your Bible, you are not lonesome, you know how to get a hug, you know how to read the word. You're surrounded by a mom who's making a mad pray for you. At what point did you know? I mean, you could go out for lunch, grab your taco, and hey guys, this thing happened to me. I'm sorry, I'm not hanging, but I need to tell you why I'm not hanging.
Yep.
I fell in love. I got like the best bear hug ever.
Yep.
From the guy that invented the bear.
Yep. That's
And
a
so
bar.
it all by itself had a, if you will, for lack of semantics, it had a purpose.
That's right.
And then at some point, did you get assigned a purpose, or has your purpose kind of gone? This is one of those places where I just have like a zero understanding. Is your purpose like changed? Is purpose the right word? How does someone like fall in love with the triplets in my age group and know what do I do with it?
Yeah.
Now that it's a big deal, and I like everybody to know what a big deal it is, but I don't have a thing where, okay, now Lisa, I'm still a capitalist.
Yep.
Tell me when you knew you had that you were going to do this, that you were going to be a preacher or a pastor, and I wouldn't call you a preacher. I'm going to retract that. You're very pastoral. Certainly are with me. You've never treated me with anything except, here's a student. This is what I know so far. I'm going to loan you what I know.
Yeah.
That's pastory to me. That's a hug.
Yeah.
Do you have one? Have you had a bunch? Do you like your purposes? Do you get a purpose in a minute and then it's just dropped? How does that work?
Yeah. I feel like this is very philosophical for me, right? I know there's some purpose people out here that would be like, bow,
Okay.
right, find your
And
purpose.
they may not be wrong.
Yeah,
but I
for
just
sure.
Don't get it.
Yeah. And so for me, I preached my first sermon 5 weeks after I gave my life to Jesus.
Okay, that's
Okay.
fast.
Yeah. So the sequence went like this. The 14th is a Sunday. I gave my life to Jesus. The 15th
Is the next day.
is the next day.
Because that's how it works.
right? It's just
on the calendar.
On the way the calendars go, right? So
I am the funniest person I know.
my dad gives me one of his Bibles
Okay,
on Sunday evening.
this is the Thompson Bible.
The Thompson Chain Reference King James version of the Bible. I got one right over here. It's this one, right? Well, this is New King James.
Okay,
So that's the New King James, but I also have a King James one around here as well. On Monday, I'm like, it'd be a good idea if I start reading this. So I started from Genesis 1
okay.
and just started reading in King James English. It's like off-roading in a Honda Civic. Okay? So I'm reading it. And I read a couple of chapters. And then it's Tuesday and I read 3 or 4 more chapters. That language is archaic, so it's hard to, you can't speed read this.
Right.
The thithers and the thous and the whithersoevers and the ETHs. And
Pretty sure you made up the dither, but go on.
so Wednesday, I read 6, 7, and 8. 6, 7, and 8 is the account of the flood. And why all this needed to happen, right? In God's perspective. And then, Noah's built the ark. him and his 7 other family members. And then they all get in it. They're the only humans in it with all these animals.
I don't think they would have said we'd get to.
And then God is the one that closes the door, because even with 8 humans, you're not lifting that.
It was a big ass door.
Yeah, that's a big ass door.
But it's kind of, I mean, come on, what's the parallel, right? You live in this house where the screen door is letting everybody hear, and you're so embarrassed. Imagine being the only kid on the block with this massive boat,
That's
and
right.
rain has not been invented.
That's right.
And you're like,
exactly.
we're going in. Anybody
want to come?
Before.
Before.
Because my mom's going to say hallelujah really big. And you're going to
And
want
then
to
the door's gonna
be there, and
close.
they're going to shut the door.
So the door closes, and, all these animals and all these people drowned. So then the waters are receding after 40 days and 40 nights of rain. And he lets out a raven, and the raven doesn't come back.
Right.
Raven gets out, doesn't come back, period. Then the dove goes out and flies around, doesn't have a place to land, comes back to the ark and does this, 2 or 3 times, and comes back ultimately with an olive branch in his mouth. And then a few more days pass, or a couple more weeks, whatever. And it's not only is the ground good, but it's dry enough for them to get off.
The dry part would be hard, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not just that. I mean, because if you get out on the day that the waters recede, you're just in a mud pit, right? Tracking everywhere, right? So I see everything in anything I hear, anything I read, I see.
Right.
So I go to my mom. I'm like, yo, mommy, I think I know why the raven didn't come back. And she's like, what? I'm like, the raven in the account of Noah. She's like, what are you talking about? I was like, I know why the raven didn't come back.
Alfred Hitchcock
At least
cast him in a movie.
At least he got a job. He got a job in a movie with Alfred Hitchcock. So she goes, okay. Now, mind you, I was up until, at this time, I was going through the process of becoming a law enforcement officer.
Oh, that's right.
At
Copper.
at 20 and a half. You have to be 20 and a half to even fill out the application
Right.
to get into the LAPD, to go to the academy. And then you got 7 steps from the interview process, orientation, all the way through to your psych eval. And then if you actually get confirmed, you can go into the academy, become a cadet. So I'm probably somewhere, if there's 7 stages, I think I'm somewhere between 3 and 4 when I give my life to Jesus and start going through this. So they do so I'm telling my mom about this story. And I said, the raven didn't come back because it's a carnivorous bird. And once the waters had receded, there's got to be bloated bodies
Right.
everywhere. This is a buffet. This raven gets released from this ark, and this is his buffet.
That's just buzzard heaven.
Yeah, this is buzzard heaven. I ain't got to come back. Homie, I'm good. Deuces. I'll never be back here,
That
right?
boat's a little crowded.
Yeah, exactly. This is where it's at. I got dead meat that's been marinated for 40,
It is sun-dried.
40 days, 40 nights. So tissue is soft. I mean, he's just having a ball, right? Obviously, the dove keeps flying around because it doesn't eat dead stuff. So I conclude the raven is probably symbolic of our sinful nature, because our sinful nature feeds off dead things.
Okay.
And I think the dove probably has something to do with the Holy Spirit. Hope I'm right. And it keeps coming back because it has nothing to do with the dead. It is sustained by what is living. Mm-hmm. And my mom goes, I really appreciate you sharing that. You're going to preach the last Sunday in February. And I'm like, for what? I'm not a preacher. And she goes, just
Just tell the story.
Just, you can tell this story. She told me, she said, you can tell this story. Or if you read anything else that you find interesting between now and the 25th, you can talk about that. And that's what set up my first.
With your King James Bible.
With my King James version.
If
of
it
the
wasn't
Bible.
interesting,
That was not interesting,
find something interesting.
but I could see everything that I was reading. So I preached February, and then my mom goes, I preached 90% of that message with my eyes closed and crying.
Oh.
I was deathly afraid to look in anybody's face. I just thought, I'm butchering any of this. I don't even know why I'm up here. I was so overwhelmed, not with fear, but like with this like reverence of like, I don't want to get this wrong.
Yeah.
Right. And so then my mom gave me some pointers like, hey, that was good, but
Open your eyes.
open your eyes. Try to get your emotions under control. I know it can be overwhelming. You're doing this again the last weekend in March, the last Sunday in March.
So you have 4 weeks to get your holy shit together.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly, right? And sunshine, every month for the rest of 96, I preached the last Sunday of every month for the rest of that year.
Okay.
So I preached 11 times. And then after that December message, my parents said, we know that God has called you to preach. We're going to ordain you. And if anybody calls you or invites you to preach at their church, you should say yes.
Your answer is yes.
And my response was, why would anybody ever call me to preach at their church? I thought it was the most ridiculous, implausible. I'm like, I'm about to be a cop.
Or you're still in cop school. That's what I was about to ask. You're still doing cop school.
Like I'm still like I'm focused on becoming a law enforcement officer. Well, here's what happened. The seventh and final thing that you have to do before you go into the academy is do a psych eval. The best advice given going into the psych eval is don't lie, but don't elaborate.
Okay.
Yes, no, maybe so. Whatever this psychologist asks you, yes, no, maybe so. I'm ready to go into the academy, right? Little Pentecostal Timmy sits down and essentially turns the questionnaire into a testimony service. I'm not like going Jesus crazy, but I'm uncensored and happy to elaborate if they want to know why.
Please pause. I need a moment to try to picture this. I've never seen, just lying. I'm lying. This is all I can picture about you.
So I
You at least brought the man a donut, right? It is cop school.
it was a lady. and
You brought
and-
her a donut.
Yeah, no, I just answered her questions, and 6 weeks later, I got a notification saying that
You're elaborate.
you're I wish it said you're elaborate. It said you've been denied.
You've been denied.
And you would have to wait, I think it was something obnoxious, like 12 to 18 months to even appeal to try to do it again.
Oh, ouch.
So I was so offended and pissed off that I was like, F y'all. I guess I'll just keep preaching. So
So you pick the other gang. You're not going to pick the cop gang. You're gonna pick
I guess I'll keep preaching, right? And God kept opening doors, and I kept preaching. So why am I answering this question like this? I'm still answering your question.
No,
on
I know.
purpose, right?
I know. I'm tracking with you. I can keep up.
Yes, because we're twins.
That's right.
Sunshine, I was a decade in to preaching and now on staff at a church. In a worship service on a Sunday morning when the Holy Spirit says, hey, you're holding an offense against me. You have a grudge against me. This is during worship. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, yeah, you've been holding a grudge against me. And I'm like, where? No, I haven't. The only way I can describe it is he took me by the hand and walked me into the backyard of my soul. And with this little shovel, he went to this spot in the grass, and just one scoop of the grass. This wasn't buried deep. With one scoop of the grass, he unearths this little box. And in the box, he pops it open, and there's a root of bitterness. And the Holy Spirit says, you've still been holding a grudge against me for not becoming a law enforcement officer. You think it's my fault that you didn't get that. I never told you you were going to be a law enforcement officer.
Ouch.
That's what you wanted to do.
Okay.
And I was
So
like,
was it like the same as like, okay, I'll go preach was almost a settle?
it was. It absolutely was. It was like, well, I mean, since that didn't work, I guess I'll do
I
this.
guess I'll be a preacher
I
guy.
guess this will happen. I was never like, use me, Lord, to shake a generation. Like, you know, the kids at the camp, 16-year-old.
Here I am. Send me.
Here
No,
I am. Never.
that wasn't it.
That, I just,
okay.
right? So
If you had said it in a rap, though, would that have made it?
it probably would have been better. It would have sounded better. So the Holy Spirit told me, in this stung, he said, for the last 10 years, you haven't been working with me. You've been working for me.
Ooh. Did you feel a disconnect?
No.
Okay.
He's so kind. Like, to let me go 10 years before he even checks me on this. And I'm on staff at a church now. Like, I think I'm doing good. And he tells me that, and I'm crying my eyes out. I'm so sorry. He was like, it's fine. like, just wanted to bring it to your attention. Like, I would like to do this with you, not do it, not you feeling like you're clocking in, clocking out.
I'm not telling you to scold you. I'm telling you to write the course.
Yeah, right.
But we want to be scolded. We're better at being scolded.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Right. And so I learned a lot about his long suffering. I learned a lot about his patience. I learned a lot about the fact that he's not petty. And then I started to enjoy doing it with him and not for him.
So now you're 32-ish, 30. You're in your third decade.
Yeah, I'm in my third decade. And happy to be doing all of this stuff for as long as he wants me to do it. I don't think purpose is like, I'm a preacher.
Okay.
I'm a pastor. I'm a missionary. I think purpose is, I'm a believer, and he altogether gets to tell me what to say, what to do, and where to go. And when he does, I do. But this fixation on like, find your purpose, I think it's produced life sentences on things that were only supposed to be for a portion of our lives. And so when we bind ourselves to something that God never even said was supposed to be forever, we wind up self-sabotaging to get out of it because we don't know it in any other way. Right? That's
or we have to tear up the sod and find a little bitty box. Did anybody fix the sod? You know, just as a landscape room.
I don't know. It's a divot. It's the equivalent of a divot. It's not that bad.
I do. You know, that thing on the right-hand side where we used to say, you know, the deal is love me with all your guts.
Yep.
And then love your neighbor like you love you, right? So I'm supposed to figure out how to love me like he loves me so I can love my neighbor like he loves them.
Yeah.
And sometimes I can't. So the cute part there for me is I'm like, I don't get what I'm supposed to love them about. And he's like, well, just borrow mine.
Yeah.
Deal. I'll borrow
Yeah.
yours because
No, absolutely.
mine's never going to measure up.
For sure.
And then it kind of stops there. It doesn't say, you know, that kid with all the money that came up to Jesus and said, hey, I want to be one of your gang. He's like, okay, just go sell your stuff and come back. And he's like, yeah, not so much.
Yeah.
So there are some criteria.
For sure. There's criteria.
There's a I got to give up something.
Yeah.
Or
And all of that is follow.
is to follow, right?
Right.
And to be able to, if I don't have something, then I am giving out of my poverty. That's one of my favorite things is when he's got the dirty dozen. And he's sitting there and all the guy with their little lumps of gold. And then the woman, probably my age, comes up and she has one mite or two. She doesn't have much. She's got a mite or two. And she gives it in a very quiet way, but he clocks it. Now, he doesn't say to the big guns, don't give yours.
Right.
This is the only one that counts at all. it all counts. But that business of being able to, I mean, as a pastor, when somebody comes in and they're like, all the odds are against me. I was raised in this neighborhood by these people and culture's against me. I can easily go, I get it. So that's almost a opportunity to give out of the poverty that came before you fell in love with Christ.
Yeah.
Somebody who has buried children, somebody who's buried grandchildren, somebody who has, gone through the sexual abuse, somebody who's been hit for reasons that don't make sense,
Yep.
somebody that, whatever our life is,
Yeah.
the thing over on the far right side where he says, I overcome with the blood of the Lamb and the word of my testify. One is useless without the other one.
Facts.
And so we don't get to just go, I believe that Jesus was like totally everything that he says and that he got dead. This horrible, gruesome, unimaginable death, but it wasn't for no purpose. It was for this incredible moment of went to hell, grabbed the keys. That's always just so fun. There's something I can picture, right?
Yep.
And he shows back up, and the boys don't even recognize him. When I got off of the bus that day from going to Camp Kool-Aid Jail, I mean, I'm sure that Tank was like, pretty sure that's her. She has blonde hair. But I know on some level
You were different.
I was different. I was unrecognizable. But there is this incredible business of gratitude that I don't, you kind of know the thing, but you couldn't describe it.
Yep.
If you needed to win money describing it, you couldn't do it. And there is something about going, I'm grateful I was 20 and a half. I'm grateful at some point when the Holding Spirit said to you, hey, one of the switches for you had to be gratitude.
It was.
Holy cow, I have not behaved grateful for this last dozen years. And then there's the real fast apology. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Come on, let's move on.
Yeah.
We're moving on.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'm not getting mad at you. I'm just instructing you.
Yeah.
I know it's easy for me. I love people to be mad at me because I know what to do when they're mad at me.
Right.
If they're kind to me, I'm confused. If they're instructing me, I get confused.
Right.
Wait, you're investing in me?
Right.
What's the catch?
Yeah.
I don't think that's unique to me. It's pretty deeply embedded in me.
That's right.
Something I'm learning to unlearn. But there is this fantastic business of every day has Daddy says there's only a few people awake in the world and they walk around in a constant state of awe.
They are.
Which is the ultimate fear. Fear's a funny thing, isn't it?
It is.
The scripture says it was his joy.
That's right.
His joy is my strong. It's his fear.
That's right.
Well, what's his fear? His fear is awe. What's he in awe of? He's in awe of his son.
That's right.
I mean, that'll bring me to my knees.
Yeah.
To picture him being the creator general
Yeah.
and what his son did. That was your mom screaming hallelujah. That was a moment of fear.
Yeah.
Holy fear, her awe was like, and there he is, you, and there he is.
Yep.
That business of being all the way alive in this moment is, you do it well. You do the business of doing. Hector does it well. I like following Hector's stuff over on his Instagrams.
Mm-hmm.
Everything from picking up trash to here's a traffic report. Did you watch him during the ice storm?
Yeah, during
that
the
was
ice
real.
storm.
It was real.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
nobody here. It's 2020 all over.
Yep.
No, it's not.
Yep.
That business of being all the way alive
And present.
and present is for right now until he says, I just don't think he's ever said, hey, go do this thing to me.
Yeah.
But he did invent me presenty or purposey, just be all the way alive.
We are all here on purpose.
Yeah, for a really, really short time. But it's the longest thing we have cognitively gotten to do
Exactly.
so far.
I think on purpose has somehow been conflated with purpose.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so I tell you, I'm so philosophical sometimes. It frustrates me, like that my brain, I have to swim in it for a minute. So we know we're here on purpose.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And
This is not an accident.
This is not an accident, right? But for some reason, that can't be enough. Because now we need to know, but what is your purpose? Right? And then in this on this Western hemisphere, maybe it's different on somebody else's hemisphere, but on this Western hemisphere, especially now concentrated in this Bible Belt land,
Right.
that gets whittled down to apostle, prophet, evangelist, pastor, teacher, the prophetic, the evangelistic, you know what I'm saying? What do you actually, what is your, it's like asking what do you do for work? Well, I don't
It
know.
is. It becomes a business, right?
It becomes a business.
We are trying to capitalize on it so that we can generate a revenue off of it, whatever that revenue is, the
Yeah.
revenue of choice. But we are trying to turn it into something spendable.
Right. And it's weird. It's been weird for me because I'm like, I was just as content as a quality assurance. I forgot what the last word was. It was I was a quality assurance agent or something for CarMax, the auto superstore.
Agent. I like agent.
Yeah. I worked from 10 at night to 7 a.m.
Oh,
and worked overnights and scanned all the cars and put them on the lot and kicked them back when, you know, the minor dents or scratches were
Okay.
too much, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, I'm sitting there kind of like, what is I love Jesus and I get to preach sometimes and I have a job.
Have a job.
I'm gainfully employed and the end, right? I wasn't even aware that wasn't enough until somebody else was like, you're not in full-time ministry? Like,
no one's ever said that to me.
right? Like,
Can you
oh my
imagine?
goodness, you're not in full-time ministry? And I'm thinking to myself, do I need to be? And then you start questioning like, well, I'm not going to be in God's full plan for my life until I get paid for my full-time job to be preaching. It's so weird. Like,
It's got a weirdness to
yeah, because we make purpose not who we are, but something we do. I'm here on purpose, for purpose. Jesus made it incredibly simple, so obnoxiously simple that we have found a way to convolute his simplicity. He said, "I'm only here to do what my Father tells me to do. Go
Say
where my
what he
Father
says.
say what he says, and go where he goes. Tells me to go."
Yeah.
It was that was purpose for him.
Yeah.
He was moved with compassion to go this way, right? He must needs go through Samaria. Did he need to go through Samaria to talk to a woman that was
Right.
5 times married and had a boyfriend? You know what I mean? And
Right.
wasn't married to that guy. He didn't have to do anything. He's the Messiah. And I think I'm going to go that way today, right? Did he have to call Zacchaeus out of his tree? And then invite himself over to his house for dinner? He didn't have to.
You're just speaking up for the short people. And I love that part.
Right? Like, hey, you get down here. I'm coming over to your house.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
I mean, did he have to heal Peter's mother-in-law when she was sick? And she pops up and makes him something to eat? What a great mother-in-law.
I tell you what, better than me.
Right? So like to see his purpose, and this is our chief rabbi, right? This is our chief
Right.
apostle.
This is the maestro.
This is the maestro. But then we found a way to just make it corporate. And like the pecking order is going to be, you know, I would say for us that are 50 and up now, what do you do? Right. I'm going to rank you based off what you tell me
Right.
you do. Right.
I mow grass, just for
right,
the record.
Right. You mow grass, right? I do a podcast. And then for everybody my son's age, it's going to be how many followers you got on Instagram.
Right.
Your social currency is going to tell me if I should pay attention to you or not. And if I have 4,000 followers and you have 9,000, holy cow. But if you have 9,000, but that guy has 19 million, I want to hang out with that guy. So purpose has been kind of diluted by our culture when Jesus's purpose was so simple. I'm going to do what he tells me to do, say what he tells me to say, and go where he tells me to go. And why have we departed from that? Why do we like that? That is, and so now we got people on a quest for purpose, right? Like you're a capitalist. You own a business and you've been doing it for 35 years. You're also wildly prophetic and your discernment is acute and you know how to connect with people. You're one of the best storytellers that I've heard. Again, we're twins. So I'm saying what I say about you, I think of
You say it
myself
about
as
yourself.
well.
I love that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. We are two of the greatest storytellers that will ever be on planet Earth. Okay. And we go about doing what we do and you're referencing somebody you encountered at Quick Trip. Like there's so many people that only reference the last crusade they were at. And how many baptisms were on the weekend. And we had the highest attendance outside of Easter on this day. And now we got to let's have a strategic meeting to figure out what did we do.
What do we do so we can replicate?
Yeah, to make those.
Right.
And it's just like.
And it's not real life multiplication. Go forth and multiply.
Right. And you passed 9 people in Albertsons that the Holy Spirit kept ooh.
Yeah.
Compliment her dress. Compliment her dress. Oh, no, I don't want to take her weird. I'm married. No, compliments don't lead to sex. I don't know if you know how compliments work.
I don't know if you know how sex works, but that didn't.
I know how sex works. Compliment.
That isn't good foreplay.
That's not how it gets there. So
You can cut that part out.
but we won't. So you know what I'm saying? Like I just think we. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense. I have these, like you, I think things that don't exist, and I've been thinking. I wrote down that first story, and I felt like it was an obedience thing because I really did not want to write down that story.
Yeah.
But a few years ago, I felt strongly that I was supposed to write down a fiction, and I'm a storyteller, so I'm like a fiction. Is it okay? What you have me writing down this fiction? What's the gist? And he says, well, choice begins in heaven. Like choice begins in heaven. I said, well, I need you to use your text and maybe show me how that actually how can I actually believe that with all my guts. He says, man, that's simple. That's the easiest question you're going to ask me. Lucifer. He jumped, and he took friends, and they jumped.
Dang.
Choice begins in heaven. I am a gentleman there. I'm a gentleman here. I'm not going to force my will either place. I stay who I am in heaven. I stay who I am on the earth that I created. And so from there, it went to this fiction character that I invented, and I gave her a name, and I've had the best time with it. I put it down about 3 years ago because I was struggling with really some different parts of it. And then Tank got paralyzed, and then my brother died, and then my mother died. And I had all these great excuses for why I never went back to this charge I felt strongly I'd been given. Do I feel like it's a purpose? No, I don't feel like it's a purpose. Do I feel like it's an incredible conversation between me and the place I got invented and the ones that invented me? And that's my favorite time of day. It's just like, let's talk. I think I told you this the other day. I was in this dream, and I woke up and I was telling Tank about it because I was in this dream and I did not want the dream to ever end. Have you ever read a book that you're like,
absolutely.
I don't want this book to end?
I know it.
And so I'm in this dream, and how it starts is there's a small rectangle table, pretty beat up, lots of patina. On one side of the rectangle table are the triplets, the Lord Real Dad, the brilliant boy Jesus, the holding spirit. I'm on the other side of the table. We're all the same size. And it's all that's there. Everything behind that is nothing. Like nothing, like the void. I didn't realize it in the moment. And he says, tell us your favorite thing about us. And I'm like, oh, piece of cake. Mulligan. I love that you invented grace before you invented anything, before you had made a man, touched a man, actually finished the creation of a man, before you made one animal, before you split the water from the sky, before you rolled back water and made dirt, before you did anything, you invented grace. You made a commitment that no being you ever invented would be able to look at you and say, you have no idea what it's like.
Wow.
You don't know what it's like. So before you even got started, you invented mulligan, like Florida scramble level mulligan. Like you can take a mulligan on every shot level mulligan.
Yep.
This isn't one a game.
Yep.
This is like, this isn't going to end. You get all the graces that you can need. Advice: get a good shot once in a while. You don't always have to turn to the mulligan.
Right.
Golf's
right.
more fun if you get a great shot
Right.
once in a while. And so I was telling them this, and so the more I talked, and they were like, "Okay, what else do you love about us?" And I'm not looking at them in this dream. I'm not looking right at them, because sometimes when I'm visualizing something, maybe you do this, I will look someplace else.
Correct.
And I can see it all happening over here. And so I look back at them, and they've gotten a lot bigger. And it's not tan or ivory or voidy behind them anymore. It's full of color that I don't know. I'm not familiar with very rich color behind them, but don't have words for the. And I'm like, that's when it dawns on me, I should have stayed in the void. No one's been in the void. I was in the void and I missed it. But it's very fleeting, but it was a reality for me. Stay in the moment. And so the more, and then now I'm like, okay, the more I explain to them what I'm crazy about them, the bigger they get. And so now I'm just like, okay, and I like yellow, and I like dogs. You did such a good job. I'm just like pulling some out of my ass, and I like leaves. Leaves, what a good idea, leaves. Got shade. It's like nonstop. Well, eventually I had to wake up.
Yeah.
But the dream has just almost become a part of me. It's like it transformed me on some level. When I was in London this last week, a couple of days that I was there, the kids I was with were having these meetings. And so I'm in a hotel that has this fabulous small pub fire downstairs. And so I brought these printed pages. There's like 350 pages from the non-written book. And I start going back through it, and I get my jam. I get the person I want to write in. I start changing the way I have worded things, and I get on the flight, and I write 15,000 words. I just sit down and I start writing, and I'm using my notes, and I start writing. This business of purpose circles. The reason I ask you about it, because it circles back around. I'm like, and I'm 100% certain that I don't have purpose to write this book, but I had this incredible opportunity to be extremely obedient and take the chance that a lot of people are going to poo-poo it because it may or may not be scripturally sound. It may push some buttons. It may make people go. But here's the bottom line of where he's going, the things that he's told me about this book. And he's given me these great adventures, the people that have returned to heaven and how I get to meet them and the stories that they tell. Talking to Eve.
Yeah.
In this story, my character is in love with Eve. She's only about 5 in this story so far. And she just thinks, she calls her Evester. And Eve says, that always makes me laugh because Cain called me Momster. And she starts talking about Cain like a real boy, her son. And we don't do that, do we?
Right. No, we don't humanize him.
Cain's a bad guy. And he killed his brother, and that's all he was Eve's boy.
Firstborn.
It was her firstborn, not just the firstborn. And
Right.
she, in this fiction, she talks about that. I thought it was mine, and he was my firstborn, but he was everyone's
Firstborn.
first. And she really deals with that, and she deals with like breaking the garden.
Yep.
She tells this character, Rivet, he's wanting to know, she's wanting to know about a broken heart. Here's my broken heart. I lost both my sons in one day. Here's my broken heart. Here's my broken heart. And all my friends in the neighborhood knew I had already broken the garden. But I didn't hear, and she tells the whole story of walking out, and she glances back and she sees the father's face, and he's not mad. And it didn't happen immediately. It couldn't have happened immediately. It was like, oh crap, you bit into the fruit. You got to leave town.
Right. No.
Because he skinned animals that had to
Correct.
be tanned. He made
That's
them
right.
clothes.
That's right.
He no doubt spoke to them kindly and prepared them, but she could not lay down what she'd done. And it didn't help that Adam was like, the
Right.
chick did it.
Yeah,
And you gave me
absolutely.
the chick. That didn't help
Right.
at all.
Not
you
at
know?
all. It didn't
Yeah.
help him at all.
At all, yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about foreplay. That was off the
that was
table
it.
for a while
Absolutely.
ago.
Absolutely.
I got a bone to pick with you, mister. And so that whole business, I have wondered if at one point in this story, and please remember it's a fiction,
Yeah, absolutely.
maybe, but at one point in this story, The reason that Rivet is talking to Eve in the first place about a broken heart is because her very best pal is Gabriel, and she's asking Gabriel about a broken heart. And Gabriel's like, I don't know. I was born in heaven. I've never had one. Anyone who's been down there has gotten to do a forgive. I've never gotten to do a forgive. Anyone who's been there has gotten to do a grieve. Yeah. I've never gotten to do a grieve. And the thought has crossed my mind that the business of being very much alive while I'm here is the business of growing glory. Mo asked, I want to see the glory.
Yes, what he
Right?
That's exactly what he asked
Right?
for.
And the Yahweh is like, you can see my butt glory.
That's right, exactly right. You can see behind
You
glory.
can see behind.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see present or future glory, but you can see this
Yeah.
back.
Stand right here, and as I walk by, you'll see the backside.
That's right.
I just love that.
Stand in this crack.
That he was curious.
That's right.
The Mo was curious, and I think Moses gets a big trophy for just
His
he
curiosity.
was so curious, and that was the beauty of getting to live with an Egyptian as a little kid. That had to just have awakened, but he got invented that way.
That's right.
He got invented curious, and living as a slave in that culture wasn't going to grow that.
That's right.
So I got to grow that. Where am I going to put him? I'm going to put him in a basket, and some chick's going to pick him up and take him home like a puppy. The original SPCA, right? So he takes him home, and he's raised
So
in this
good.
environment to be curious all the time. But what if the whole business of getting to be and really understanding that I get to be in the human experience, I get to have experienced firsthand burying my children, picking a coffin, the only thing I ever bought them. I get that. Because one day I'm on the other side of the paradise line. And a guy like Gabriel is going to have the charge over a mom picking a coffin, and he's not going to know how to make a prayer except a holy pray. But he can't connect. You used that word earlier. He can't connect. So he turns around and he shouts across heaven like your mom, yo, anybody, does anybody here know what like it is to bury your child? And some moms come over and they go, what you got? She has a little boy. He lives this many days. My boy lived exactly that many days. Let me tell you what she's feeling. Let me tell you what she's going to feel. Let me tell you about the weight of this moment. And that moment of holy that never has been anything but holy. And perfected. Not perfect. Perfected. Knowing what this moment is. In my mind, in this fiction, that's the whole reason to get alive and get dead, is it grows glory, but I don't get to know what glory is. I just got to believe there is one.
That's right.
And I get to belong to it.
That's right.
And I'm not going to get to know how. Even a guy like Moses didn't even get to know how he belonged to glory. And am I willing to be obedient when I don't know? When I don't know anything.
That part.
When I don't know, not only do I not know if it's purposeful, not only do I not know if I'm purposeful, not only do I know if I've offended somebody today, well, chances are very high I have, so let's go with yes. But what if I just got to remember that? One time, Moon Pie, one of my grandkids, asked me, she was 7, picked her up from school. It was Momo Monday. I would go pick her up from school. She hops in the Jeep. Momo. That always scared me when she'd put that little hand up. Momo, I have a question. Why did God make people? You know, I'm like, do you do the reflective listening thing? Why did God make people? Relationship, connection. No, that's not it. Big gulp. That's not it? No, that's not it, because he had friends. He had friends. He had friends? Yeah, he had all the angels, and they were really great. They never gave him a hard time. They were perfect. That's legit. He had friends, and they didn't mess things up. So why did he make people? How about I ask? I'll ask, and I'll get you an answer. So I did. Lord, real dad. The kid's question, what up? And he said, tell her. She's a second grader. Tell her I prefer perfected to perfect. That has stuck with me. That kid's in college now. And that has stuck with me. What is the weight of glory on perfected How linked is it to picking? How linked is it to choosing? How linked is it to? I don't want to, but I'm going to anyway. I don't want to put 2 pennies in this plate because I'm in Israel and I can't buy Pop-Tarts nor lemons when I put these 2 pennies in the plate. Who collected? The guy that was going to get dead. And not only get dead for my crimes, but get dead for how I felt about them. Get dead for that thing in Psalm before he even got born.
Right.
He says, he will die for my crimes. He'll die for the guilt. It's a lot easier for me to believe he got dead for what I did wrong than for me to believe he got dead for how it affected my feelings.
Right. That's good.
The business of purpose, the business of, and this is where I just need some tuition. I just need someone that can disciple me. And it's hard in your 60s to find a discipler for someone in my age group. But that business of, I want to be in a state of obey.
Yes.
I want to do what he's told me to do. Mostly he tells me to go to work and buy gas and kiss babies. And I have an absolute love affair with homeless people.
Yeah.
But was I supposed to? I don't want to get to that. I just think Judgment Day maybe is, I invented you to do this. Did you do it? And I don't want to go, you invented me to be brave, and you invented me to take chances and say yes. And did I say yes because I thought it'd be fascinating or because you wanted me to? Mm-hmm. And then he can tell me later, I needed you to say yes because there's that thing called glory that you don't understand. I don't have a need for you to understand in order for it to grow because it's actually fueled by you believing me.
Right.
It's fueled by you having a thing called awe. Have my fear, have my faith, have my joy. I'm giving you, I'll loan you any of it.
Yep. Just use it.
I guess I just don't want to get to the end of my days because it's such a short, very long experience. You never get to be in the human condition again. And there are countless beings that never get to put an earth suit on at all. And I got to.
Yep.
I'm still getting to, and I don't want to get home and go, well, I bought the insurance and I waited for you to come and get me.
I think that's what a lot of us do. And my life has not been boring.
Really?
It's
Here's my
not-
shocked face.
It,
Shocked.
it has not been boring. Because I think it's all been purposeful. Like, I can't tell you how many lessons I've learned by the stuff the Holy Spirit prompted me to do, and I just didn't do it.
You didn't do it or did?
I didn't do it.
Didn't do it. And you learned something.
Oh, my gosh.
So still purposed.
Yeah.
Because he kind of knew, right? He kind of knew you weren't going to do it, but you might gain from it, and he might gain from it, and glory might gain from it.
For whom he did foreknow, he predestined.
Wait, say that again. I don't know that.
For whom he did foreknow. This is Romans 8.
Okay.
If there's some people that believe that God has predestined everything,
Right.
and therefore nobody's really had a choice. And if I subscribe to that, I opt out of following Yeshua immediately. Like, I'm not playing the game that you rigged.
Your
right?
rigged game. Yeah.
I'm not playing your rigged game. I don't care how creative you are. But his foreknowledge is because he's omniscient. He is literally omniscience.
Right.
He can't not know everything.
Right.
So our free will was floating around in his head before he even spoke us into existence. It's profound, and I will not be able to really
Yeah, I can't grasp.
cognitively process that on this side of heaven.
There's no word picture for that one.
And I can hold the tension of, if I believe in your foreknowledge and your omniscience, then it makes perfect sense that even with free will, you already know.
As a loop, isn't
Right.
it? That's an infinity.
Right?
colored
It
loop.
is, right? That's this, right?
Yeah,
That is
yeah.
this, right?
Yeah.
So I'm good. I'm good with that. So I believe it's all purposeful. All of it is purposeful. And resting in that is like, you mentioned something about all of our lives are meant to grow glory, which, again, is so picturesque for me. And I can watch that. And I was thinking about the youngest person I've ever eulogized. The youngest person I've ever eulogized was 18 hours old. One of two twins, born into this world, both struggling. One lived, and the other one, after 18 hours, takes her last breath. And the parents get with their parents and they weep. They question. They investigate. What have we done? Isn't that what we always do when something?
Right.
We
What
must have
did I
done
do?
something. Right? What did we do?
I caused it.
Right, I caused it. I did whatever.
Good.
And I don't know how long that took. But now they have to have a funeral. And they all pray about who should be the eulogist. And how the hell does my name come up? Why does my name come up? I have to invoke one of your 3 life rules. Yes.
Yes.
I don't get to say no to this.
Right.
But my soul is screaming no. Because I'm an empath.
Yeah. I weigh 10,000 pounds right now. We're not even talking about my kid.
So now I gotta, what am I supposed to say?
Right.
Who am I talking to? Who am I talking about? Why me? And the date's coming. And I'm like, how do you eulogize an 18-year-old?
18-hour-old.
18-hour-old, thank you. How do you eulogize an 18-hour-old child? Who do you call for tips on how to eulogize an 18-hour-old?
If you ever have to do it again,
I didn't know you at this point.
Ghostbuster.
Right? So I'm looking at the smallest casket I've ever seen in my life. And then I'm angry that we even have to do this. I'm angry this has happened. And the Holy Spirit says, and this has been the most extravagant gift he's ever given me. Is my gift that I do not deserve on being able to take passages from this text and communicate them in a way that resonates with people. I don't deserve it. It is not it's not my expertise. It is not my genius. It is literally the Holy Spirit was like, I'm just shuffling a deck and I'm giving people cards and this is your hand. So because I've read this book more than I've read any other book in the last 30 years, by a very long country mile, I'm sitting up one day within, at this point, it has to be 40 hours of the actual service. And the Holy Spirit says, what a difference a day makes. And this is how it always happens with me, Sunshine. He makes a statement and I hear the whole sermon. He made one statement and I heard the whole thing. He reminds me, as Yeshua said he would do, of all the things that have been said and written in the volume of these books. And one of the things that is written is a day is as 1,000 years to the Lord, and 1,000 years is as a day. What a difference a day makes. This sweet baby lived 18 hours.
1,000 years.
And didn't make, we would lament and say she hadn't made it a day. But none of us have made it a day. Methuselah didn't make it a day. What are you going to do with the day you have? Here's what she did with hers. None of us will ever forget her. And we're still in the same day she was born into. What are you going to do with your day? If a day is as 1,000 years to the Lord and 1,000 years is as a day,
This is still the day that the Lord has
This
made.
is still the day that the Lord has made. None of us have lived a day, including her. What a difference a day makes.
And then you go back to the thing where he talks about the guy that started to work in the morning, and then some other guys didn't come until 5 till 6, but they all got the same pay.
Same day.
Same day. It was
Same
all
pay for the same day, baby.
Same day.
Same day.
Yeah. Same day. Because sometimes I can feel like I showed up late for the party. You know,
You haven't. It's the same day.
it's the same day.
It's the same day. It's literally the same day.
Dad, coming. No wonder I'm exhausted. It's the same freaking day.
It's the same day. I go to
feel like
sleep, wake up,
I haven't slept in 1,000 years.
because you haven't slept in 1,000 years.
So how do I hang on to that and live like that?
I think it's fighting to keep things simple and not complicated. Like we got to shrug off so much stuff. The calendar, the effing calendar, right? How many people go into a new year thinking that everything's going to change,
Because of a tick of a clock.
right? Because the tick of a clock. They think God is down there going,
Hold on.
Your Gregorian calendar. I want to make sure I line up my will with your Gregorian calendar. I want there to be supernatural transfer debt cancellation.
Just waiting on Times Square. As soon
as the ball drops.
as soon as the ball drops and tells me, you get your fresh
I
start.
promise you, I'm going to eradicate all your diseases on January 1st, 2026. How come you didn't do it in 25? I was just waiting till the 20. I've always had the 26 in mind. So I just think we have to remind ourselves, like, it's not about all this. Remember, there's one refrain of a song, I'm sorry about the way I've made it. I'm sorry about the I'm sorry. I can't remember the song. But I think the song, the chorus says, I just want you. Nothing else.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Isn't that
nothing
Cody's
else
song?
will do. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's Cody Carnes' song.
Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
I'm sorry about the way
Yeah.
I've made it, and sorry about the things.
Yeah.
But and so I think we got to apologize for making it stuff that ain't about nothing. Yes, we got to pay bills and blah 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 blah.
Pop-Tarts, lemons.
Pop-Tarts, lemons, and college tuitions, right?
Right.
I'm not a grown-up. I'm 50 chronologically, and I'm a child of God.
Right,
I want to stay a child.
right.
Grown-ups don't have all. Kids do. Kids have all. Have you ever been at a Christmas surrounded by adults? It's effing depressing.
Yeah, I got 15 grandkids.
Like-
It's not depressing.
Right. When it's all adults, that's when, it's might as well be a gifts exchange in September.
Right, yeah.
We're like,
True
hey,
that.
I got you the
Yeah.
Alexa you wanted. Remember you told me you wanted it?
You wanted
Didn't
the
even wrap
speaker.
it. You just, remember you wanted the speaker? I got it for you. Just connect it to your Bluetooth. Here, I'll do it for you.
Yeah,
I'll take it
yeah.
out the box. We don't even wrap it.
I know, but I charged it.
I did charge it
did
because I love you,
charge it.
but I didn't wrap it, right?
Thought you might want it right now.
But let there be a 6-year-old. Let there be 10 kids between 4 and 11 And Christmas is
Yeah.
magical again.
Yeah.
There is awe, there is wonder, there is suspense, there is thrill, there is unbridled joy at something temporary, breakable, and altogether unmemorable a decade from now, except for the memory we made it
Right.
when you unwrap the present, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
To stay there, you got to shrug off, I'm 50 and I know stuff. And I'm smart and I'm a leader in my industry and I'm pretty good with money and math and whatever, my marriage and house and you got to like throw all that off and just be like, I'm a kid and I'm in the same damn day I was born into. Don't let these years fool you. No one has lived a day in God's eyes.
Kind of punch you back to the time of him coming back too, doesn't it? Because he says, I'll be right back. He kind of meant it. We just don't know how to count.
We don't even know how to take that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, time is a necessary weirdo. I mean, we have to have it,
yeah, we got to have it to mark our days, and
but we do give it way too much power.
we have turned it into something that, and then we've robbed ourselves of the joy of just getting up in the morning. And I was on a plane 2 or 3 weeks ago. This girl is across from me and one aisle back.
Okay.
First class. I'm in bulkhead. She's in row 2 in a window seat, bawling her eyes out because she was with her father while he was dying. And she thought he would pass while she was there. And he never did. And then so she had to go back home. And on the way back to the airport, he died.
And she'd been there and been there and been there, and she missed it.
She missed it.
I mean, yes, she terribly grieved about her dad, but then there's not an agenda, just a desire.
Yeah, for sure. I just wanted to be there,
I
right?
just wanted to be there.
So she's bawling on the plane, and I'm through gritted teeth. I just keep saying, "Hug her, like somebody hug her."
Was
Like,
anybody beside her?
yes, and I was just like, "That's a human being. You won't have to marry her. Just hug her. Like you don't have to date her. Just
There's no dowry.
freaking hug her now. Just hug her." Didn't happen. So I have to pee at some point. She has to pee as well. And I didn't know that she was in front of me. I didn't know the little sign was already red for the lavatory. And so I was just standing there waiting. And when she came out, I was like, oh, snap, this is the girl.
This is a girl.
I said, hey, I'm so sorry to hear about the death in your family. Are you opposed to me hugging you? She snotted and cried and right here. That's about where she came to. And I had tear stains, a couple little snot drops right here. And that's what she needed.
Yeah.
And I think I was on my way to go preach somewhere, coming back from somewhere to preach. That was my highlight from the weekend. It wasn't preaching.
Mm-mm.
I like preaching. Preaching's awesome.
Here's that.
You allowed me to be on a plane, to be your arms. Because he's essentially locked himself out of the earth. Right? He gave us dominion over it. So
Right.
there's no like give backs. No take backs.
Right.
Like, dang it. Even when y'all screwed up, I thought I'd drown you all. I actually can't even do that because I already made a commitment. So I guess I got to work with what I got. But y'all gonna drown though. And then I'll just take these 8 and move forward. All right. So he only has us.
Right.
All he has is us in the earth. My purpose is to be available and willing at a moment's notice to be deployed to give the compliment, the hug, the word, the gift, the payment for the groceries, the I buy your coffee. Something to chip away at your cynicism until you realize there is a God, and he will show up in overalls. He will show up in a business suit. He will show up in a swimsuit if necessary to reveal himself to you. He's always wanted to do it. And he has all of us as his children, as these little sleeper cells that get activated at a moment's notice by the Holy Spirit to go out and to prove without a shadow of a doubt he loves you. That's a more fascinating storyline to me than my purpose is to preach to thousands of people. Damn, Timmy. You know how? Dang. So my purpose is to stand in front of big crowds? Make it make sense. Are you kidding me? God just chooses some people to go. A crusade with 80,000 people showed up. I'm not minimizing it. I'm also saying that can't be the effing highlight.
Yeah, you're trusted with both, right?
Yeah.
I've never been trusted with it. I think I have 2 followers on my Instagrams. I'm just not trusted with these kinds of things. I got one, though. I got one of those Instagram things where you put your picture.
Yeah.
I got one.
You got one? Okay. Please tell me
one.
what the handle is so I can follow you. I need to follow you now.
I got one.
I need Juliana to follow you.
What's up, man? How's my puppy? With her gorgeous Stookie on her leg.
She good?
There's a puppy in the room.
My puppy fractured her knee.
Fractured knee. It's
So
what Juju was telling me.
she has a splint on, and
It's so cute. It's a little cheetah splint.
it's a little giraffe leg cheetah splint thingy, and puppies.
Yep, puppies are life. I was talking to, I have all these grandkids, and I was at an event recently, and a guy was preaching to a lot of kids. That's the body was intentionally college age kids, and he had said to them, "Have your community." And I asked one of my grands about it. I said, "Tell me about your community." And she didn't exactly roll her eyes because it's not her style, but she just said, "I need people to quit telling us to have community."
You told me this.
And I said, I don't. Of course you need community. She goes, we want old people. Why would you tell us to have people our own age and even do something like study the Bible with people our own age? What do we have to bring to each other? She says, here's what we really want. We want to go to church on Sunday with our family. And we want to leave church with our family and go to lunch with our family. And we want to be home some nights and have dinner with our family.
So good.
And my age group wants, sure, we have buddies and yeah, we do things together, but we want to be able to go home to our grandparents. We want to be able to go and ask questions that our friends can't answer. We want our grandparents to show us movies that we didn't know happened. We want time. And then she didn't mean time with her, I'm her Momo. She didn't mean time with me. She wants the aging to be available.
Yeah.
That business, I think about, Abe was probably alive when Noah, and Noah would have still been alive when Abe was around because of the way ages worked.
The chronology.
Is that not just,
the chronology?
that's just not weird. That's just weird.
Wild.
Noah was still boots on the ground when Abe was like picking his property and letting his little nephew pick the good stuff. Time, it is a day. It is a day. A day is 1,000 years. But there is still something about what I've done with my time so far that brings something to somebody who hasn't gotten as many minutes in the 1,000-year day.
Yeah, for sure.
And I had a friend years ago, 10 years ago or something. I was barely thinking that Jesus was cool at the time. And another friend had said to her, she had reached out to some older women in her church because she was just kind of struggling with something and she wanted an old people. So she had emailed some pastors and not really gotten anybody that would sit down to hang with her. And I think she told me she emailed 5 or 6 people. And this friend who's a, what do you call it? A therapist person, a counselor person said, oh, you need some time with Sunshine. So out of the blue, I get this phone call. You don't know me. We have a mutual friend. She says, I need to just come hang out with you for a minute. So we went to coffee. 3 hours later, she's poured out her heart. I didn't really have a wisdom to offer her. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't like I was integral. It was the very fact that I was willing. It was the fact that I would buy the coffee.
Yeah.
You know, the nice thing about being a capitalist is you actually can buy the cheeseburger.
That's right.
And so that's what I get to do. I get to, I get the cheeseburger. Take that one off of your concerns. But just to be able to have someone to run things by, there's going to be some subjectivity in it if you're talking to me, because
Talking to anybody.
I have some subjectivity and some opinions. I'm sure you're shocked, but that willingness to go, yeah, I'll listen to you. I'll try to hear you. And so I think about how this stuff got recorded, and most of it was spoken and remembered, and spoken enough the same that it was remembered the same, so that Mo could write down the first 5 books of it and be sure that he inserted several times
That he was the most
he
humble.
was the most humble man in all the land. There's something so backwards about that. But it got written down at some point, and it got articulated, and the power of life and death is in the tongue. We do have to say things. I have to say, she was saying on that plane, I'm in agony.
Yes.
She wasn't just hoping someone would ask her why. Agony is a big deal. Agony is desperation. Agony is, she wasn't just sad.
No, she was not.
She wasn't bummed.
No, she was not.
She wasn't going to make a post out of this and put it on her Instagrams.
Right.
She was, I need a human.
That's right.
And when I think about creation itself, and he took dirt and he shaped, and he touched the dirt. Can you imagine? You're the guy that got built out of the dirt that he touched.
It's wild.
It's
wild.
He took soil and he took his hands and his skin oils and his mud, and he touched dirt, and then he touched Dirt Man and made a woman, and she was it was that hands-on. It was that hands-on from the start. Mm-hmm. That business of, and I'm not trying to dumb it down. I like your phrase. We need to go back to the basics. We need to go back to simple. It's a simple thing. When Tank and I did run to London to get married, we had some friends that had not been to London, so we made teams with people that were there, and we gave them a scavenger hunt. And I know London really well, and so I was like, okay, here's the clue. Here's where you're going. And so I even know where Texas had an embassy in London. Did you know this? When Texas was a nation, it had an embassy.
I had no idea.
As a nation in London, and there's still, I showed somebody 2 days ago, here's where the embassy of Texas was when it was a nation.
Incredible.
Right. So I know these little weird things about London. We made the scavenger hunt, but we also gave every team a bag. In the bag, because that's where J-Mac and I didn't have a place to stay. So in the bag was mittens, a scarf, a beanie, socks. And part of your scavenger hunt was every team had to find someone, a homeless person, and then you had 3 questions. And part of the deal was you had to get answers and bring it back.
Wow.
And so the 3 questions were, what's your name? How much education do you have? And what's your mom's name? Because we forget. Even my enemies right now, I'm like, okay, at some point, you're somebody's baby boy. I don't want to think about that because it's going to make you human and stuff. But you're somebody's little kid.
You're somebody's kid.
You're somebody's little kid.
Yeah.
We're all his
Yeah. That's right. Kids.
And
That's
this
right.
kid thing is This kid thing is a big deal. It was fascinating. Everybody came back, and I sent them to some really cool places. But every group's favorite story was the homeless guy.
Of course it was.
I had this group of bachelor friends that went with us, and they started talking to a woman, and they were like, yeah, we had a plan. We've got great jobs. We were going to talk to her, get the questions, and give her some cash. And she happened to mention that because of who she is, how she lives, how she's dressed, she hasn't been allowed to go into a restaurant or a pub for a meal in years. And they were like, not on my watch.
We're changing this today.
They didn't give her cash. They took her to lunch and talked to her and listened to her in a pub and bought her a beer and bought her a fish and chip. And they just came back like they were somebody new.
That's right.
When we do a thing, one team found a guy that was a transvestite guy, and he was talking to him, and he was annoyed. I don't do my nails because I'm blue collar, but he was annoyed that he couldn't go in a place and get a manicure.
Yeah.
And they were like, not on my watch. And they went with him and sat with him to get
his nails done,
to get his manicure to match his dress.
Wow.
And that business of we think we're doing a thing for someone.
It's doing something to you.
You hugged her to do the thing that you were obedient to do. It's how you got invented. But in that moment, it was also a separate objective obedience. Will you be the man in this moment? Somebody's already said no. The reason you got the chance was because the person sitting beside her didn't take it.
That's what I believe.
You got the chance. You took the chance. You did the right thing. She got affected by it. You got transformed by it.
That's correct.
And we mistransform. We like experience. We like encounter. We like that guy over in the right-hand side of the Bible, right? So you've got, what's his name? Lazarus. He's one of the Lazaruses. Mm-hmm. He wasn't the get dead Lazarus. He was the beggar Lazarus. Mm-hmm. So he begs on this guy's steps forever. The guy gives him nothing. They both get dead apparently like on the same day.
That's right.
And so
that's how it feels.
Beggar Lazarus is in heaven with Abe.
Right.
And
Rich man,
they can see rich men
right.
in a hell sort of environment. And he's like, oh man, he could see him. Mm-hmm. He's like, hey, let Lazarus touch water and touch my tongue. I'm fascinated by this story because that's how we live. And it's not unique to the 21st century. Mm-hmm. This guy was in the days of Christ.
Correct. Yes.
We have 2 days. This is 2 days away. This is 2,000 years ago.
Yep.
2 days ago.
Yep.
This guy's living 2 full days ago. And he is so distracted, so easily distracted. He's living from heroin hit to heroin hit. And he doesn't know. What if he had said to Abe, send him down with a 5-gallon jug of Ozarka water? He didn't know to ask for it. He only knew touch water, touch my tongue. Yeah. We're standing in a room full of 5-gallon cold jugs of water, and we're taking the cap off and going, that's pretty good water. And we put the lid back on, like when you buy a bottle of Coke. We put the lid back on, and we get another drink later, but we don't. That girl at the well, the Samaritan woman that you talked about earlier, she asked the same thing.
Yep.
You don't have a bucket, you don't have a rope, and you're gonna get me water?
Right.
He's like, you don't know what water is. It's a fascinating thing to be in the human condition because he allows for all those questions. He allowed me to be super mad at him. Mm-hmm. I have a Jewish friend, and he says a form of worship in Israel is to doubt.
Yes, of course.
We don't think that. But how fun to think that. How fun to think I can go belly up to the bar and ask any question, and no matter where my heart is turned on it, he's going to engage.
That's right.
We don't trust that.
I believe, help my unbelief.
Yeah. We don't trust that he's not going to judge us and go, I can't, because you don't have you don't get baptized yet, so I can't answer your question.
Yeah, you haven't unlocked your measure of faith. You don't have enough faith to talk to me.
Yeah, you're not doing your purpose, so you can't.
You're not doing your purpose.
You can't ask that.
You haven't finished growth track. I'm not going to be able to use you for my glory because you've only finished 3 or 4 weeks of growth track.
But what a
It's crazy sauce.
fascinating thing. I have a friend a million years ago. She was a preacher's wife, so she loved me, and I didn't trust her. But she said this one thing. She said, "You get to pick. If you pick fascinating, it will be. Just find it fascinating, and it will be. Find it maddening, and it will be. Find it disappointing, and it will be. Find it fascinating." So to find Helm fascinating in this last decade has been so much freedom.
Absolutely.
To ask a question from being a child, because I am a child, to ask a question from being a child in an earth suit, and to remember always I get one kick at this wrinkly skinned existence. I need to seize the day and not have a regret of, I wish I'd had the guts to ask you, to not be embarrassed that my friend doesn't know that I don't know. So how embarrassing to say I'm 20 years your senior, but there's these things I don't know. To have a 7-year-old grandkid pose a question and I'm going, I
don't know.
I don't know, but I know that it's okay to go and make an inquiry. I know it's okay to have a discussion. I know it's okay for you to say, you don't get it. That kind of permission, that girl could have looked at you and said, no, because she was already feeling overlooked or dismissed or in so much pain. Mm-hmm. If you said, would it be okay for me to, I'm going to loan you a hug I've borrowed. Mm-hmm. And she said, no. We want that to be about us. Mm-hmm. I did the thing. You told me to hug her, and she said, no. Were you just like were you out to get me, embarrass me? No, if I am going to walk around going, everybody's here on a trial run. None of us know. Mm-mm. Then the permission thing, is so much more fun. Back to one of my favorite words, fail.
That's right.
I have so much permission to fail.
Absolutely correct.
Because someday, some angel who's in charge of some event is going to say, has anybody ever failed at this? And I'm going to be looking going, oh, that and the fail. I did fail, but let me tell you what's
This is just an error. This is nowhere near fail.
This isn't fail. But that permission, and the permission that we do and don't give each other. Because if I gave you full permission, then it changes all of the room for me too.
Correct.
It changes everything.
Yeah.
If I give you permission, then all the predictability goes out of the room, and then where do I stand? The boat might get rocked. Mm. And then I would fall, and then I would fail, and then I would be embarrassed. And I'm old, and I'm tired of being embarrassed. Sometimes I fell the other day in London. We got out of the cab, and it was night and a little bit rainy, and I got out of the cab. Don't know what happened. I fell, and I hit the corner of the curb with both knees. Ooh. And I had no clothes because my bag was still missing. So I gashed my knees. They're bleeding everywhere. The man, the little guy that stands out there and gets caps with the top hat, he's like, oh, this is not a top hat moment. So
for sure.
He's trying to get first aid, And this girl, with this fabulous Polish accent, goes, can I help you get up? And usually I'd be like, no, I got it. I'm like, yes.
Please help me get up.
I've got my little thing. I've fallen and I can't get up.
Yeah.
But that gave permission for the guy that came out with the first aid to be a first aid guy. Mm-hmm. Gave the guy with the top hat permission to not be a top hat guy. Gave Polish girl a chance to go.
That's right.
I'm standing here. I'm strong enough to pick you up.
Absolutely correct.
And it gives a permission to be, and she'll tell that story. This lady fell,
yep.
And we don't know how. We didn't see her fall.
Yep.
But when I helped her up, she was just so grateful.
It does so much for her as much as you.
Yeah, we forget that it's all mutual. It's not about me being someone's hero.
That's right.
They changed me.
That's exactly right. And you changed them.
And the mutuality of that is unbearable.
This is full circle back to It is not good for man to be alone. That is not just a marital statement. That is a wildly prophetic relational statement. We are not meant to live alone. Even all I need is me and Jesus camp. God's up there shaking his head like, I wouldn't even let Adam do that. Why do you think I'd let you do it?
That's just an orphan mentality.
That's exactly right.
I'm providing my own protector. I'm providing my own provider. I'm providing my own comfort.
I don't need nobody.
Yeah, I'm good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still go there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I try not to, but I still go there pretty good. I do. I love that word, comfort. It was so clear when Jesus is going to be leaving town and he's telling the dirty dozen, it's about to be a bummer for you because all of this isn't what you thought. None of you are going to be cabinet members and VPs. What I actually have to do is I got to get dead, and it's going to be ugly, and you're going to feel super alone. You're going to think it's going to be an Adam moment. But what I'm going to do is if I leave,
right,
then this chick is going to bring nurture like no mama you've ever encountered. And the word he used was comfort.
That's right.
And for you to comfort me, for you to comfort her, she had to say, my dad died after I left and I just wanted to be there. You could have not have comforted her. She says, I'm fine.
Nope.
So
not at all.
For you, if you ask me how I'm doing and I say, I'm good, you can't be my friend. You can't comfort me. And I'm comfortable. I've provided my own comfortable. Comfortable is from the friends of hell, by the way. Comfortable is from the friends of hell. If I want comfort, holy comfort, I got to admit something sucks, something hurts.
That's right.
I'm embarrassed.
That's right.
I'm lost. I don't know.
That's right.
None of the skills that I thought would work are working, and I'm by myself somehow.
Yeah.
That's the only way. That's the only way the Holy Spirit can comfort. Again, not going to run in where they're not invited.
Yep.
And rightly or wrongly, I do picture the Holy Spirit as a mom, just that nurture part of just like, I don't need an answer right now. I don't need a plan right now. I just need a kiss. I just need that.
That's good.
And so if we got more bare naked lady, we might have fewer orphans. Because if I'm willing to not provide my own comfort, it's much easier for me to not provide my own provide.
Yes, absolutely correct.
And it's easier for me to not provide my own protect.
Yes.
The business right now culturally is to separate myself from anything that brings me pain. I've kind of looked at people and they're kind of like, oh, that brings me pain, so I'm not going to go there. I'm not dead sure I understand all of that. But I don't know that it's a real live glory healthy, if that's a term.
Yeah. I
don't know that it's a forever healthy.
Yep.
To separate myself out from and I don't know how it works. Do I separate myself out from the painful moment or from the painful people? When Raymond, after I became a believer, people, and within about 2 months, Lord Real Dad says, go see Raymond. Well, I hadn't done that in decades.
Right.
So I'm like, yeah, I'm not very good at hearing the Lord.
Because this can't be him right now.
This cannot be it. I'm still too tight with Satan.
Right.
This is Satan doing this. Right? So it went on and on. So finally I'm like, you really make me see Raymond. Okay, tell me what I'm supposed to do. Give me a purpose. What am I supposed to achieve if I go see Raymond? Crickets. So bargain time. Okay, I'll go if my mother's there, but I'm not going into that house without her being present. Not that she would have protected me, defended me, anything. It was just too much.
Yeah, for sure.
For me to picture. So I called, are you home? I am. Is Pat there? That was my mother's name. No, she's not. Oh, okay, well, I'll call back. So I'm like,
I tried.
You good? I
gave you my conditions.
Next day, go see Raymond. So I knew, without even calling, she was home. So I drive to the house. Go to the house. He's there. He tries to hug me. I'm repulsed. The whole time I was there a couple of hours. The whole time it was weird. I'm like, why? I'm at the why. I'm still at the why.
Mm-hmm.
Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? So I did it. The night was miserable. All the things. I didn't get to talk to him about becoming a believer. He was still mean to my mother. The whole thing was, the house weighed about 1 million pounds. It was dark.
Yeah.
Like a week later, go see Raymond. I did. Did you miss it? Because I have footage. I took pictures.
Wow.
Go see Raymond. Well, and now I'm, okay, why?
Yeah.
I went. It was dead end everywhere. Why? Go see Raymond. That's that obey thing without
That's right.
any kind of understanding or reason. So I go back. No better at all. This goes on for 20 months. At some point, there was a 6-week gap where he hadn't said a word about Raymond. So I'm on my bike. You know, I ride Harleys. I'm on my bike. I'm riding down the road. I'm going to lunch. Tank's with me. I've got my music. It's heaven, right? And all of a sudden, I said specifically while I'm riding, I said, hey, I don't know what the Raymond thing was about. I hope I did it right. I'm glad you stopped bringing it up. An 18-wheeler passes me that says on the side, Raymond Excavation.
Get out of here.
I'm like, right now, as I'm bringing it up, you send this truck. You're wicked. So we got home that night, and I'm like, okay, one more. I'll give it one more try. You know, so I go over, and it was no better again. So about a month later, he says, call. He had never said call. He'd always said go. Call. I call. A woman answers the phone at the house that I grew up in. It's not my mother. I say who I am. I said, hey, no, at first I said, can I speak to Pat? She's not here by the phone. She's in the other room. Her husband is dying. I said, okay, this is their daughter. I immediately felt the tension because everybody knew the story of none of the brothers had gone either.
Yep.
We had not gone back.
Yep.
I knew the tension was there. I knew this woman knew her side of the story. And she's like, I said, tell them I'm coming over. And I could tell this was causing this woman some heartache because she didn't want that for her friend. I go over. Raymond's on the bed. My mother is sitting on the bed with a Bible. She's reading out of the Psalms to him. And in just that 3-4 weeks since I had last seen him, he had really, really, really dropped away. So he's covered up to the chin, and she's reading to him, but his eyes are locked open. He can't blink them. And his jaw has moved in such a way he can't close his mouth. And so I went to his side of the bed, and I could tell it bothered my mother that I was there. She didn't know what to expect, and I just went over and I pushed his hair back, and I kissed him on top of the head. And when I did that, there was an audible exhale from her. And then we moved into one of our old patterns of, you're here, I don't have to be here with him. So she slid the Bible over to me. I sat on the bed, and for the next 3 days, I read to him, stayed beside him. He was under the blanket, but I'd keep my hand on top of his hand. If I moved my hand off for any reason, he would get real agitated. He couldn't talk to me at all. But I could see him get agitated. A hospice nurse came that day and got everything started for hospice care. And then she said, after going through all the paperwork, she said, listen, I've done this for 13 years. I've never been in a room like this. There's too much evil. I can't stay in this room. But is it okay with you if I'm in the other room and you come get me if you need something? Because the deal at that point is they're going to stay
until
24 hours.
Yeah.
I said, of course, I get it. So I'd say, hey, I need to change his diaper. And she'd come through and help me, and then she'd be gone. Well, about the second day, Raymond dies. And so I go get her. I said, I think he left. She came back in. That first time she comes in, and she's like, no breath, no blood pressure, no pulse. She gets the paperwork out. He comes charging back into that body. terrified. Still can't speak, but the terror on him, the rigidness increased, and something was happening with his eyes that he couldn't close. And I'm like, holy cow. So she's like totally freaked because she's already not comfortable. She leaves the room. This happens 5 times over 2 days. Tank would come at night and stay in the room with me. And one night it was abundantly clear that the Lord's real dad was in the room. Just super clear. And so I ask, he's getting terrified. He's dying. He's getting terrified. And he sends me to that story in Luke about that guy, that rich man that didn't get a name.
Lazarus.
I said, so are you telling me he's saying that? He said, he's saying that. I said, so if he's going there, and there really is a hell, and he's going there, I'm iffy about my language at this point.
Understand.
No, I'm kind of like, oh, is there a hell? And he's like, I said, then, he said, yes, he is. And I said, why are you still here? If he's not coming home to you, why are you in the room? I said, here's this man, and he's seeing hell, and our lives have been so intense and truly horrible, and I want to kind of, in a way, a little bit consider the remote possibility of a tiny forgive on just one thing, but I don't know what. I can't even pick what. Kind of, I believe, help my unbelief. I am bringing you a morsel. I don't even want you to teach me how to forgive him wholly. But if I could have a moment of a forgive, would you show me how to do that? And I paused. And he said, I'm here because I love him. And when he goes, I don't get to talk to him some more. And then he said, borrow mine. My question had been, my plea, my statement, about a forgive. And so in my mind, he loaned me a forgive. And something shifted immediately. I don't know what language to tell you. There aren't semantics that I'm aware of to say what happened. Something shifted, and it was a whole new thing going on between me and Raymond. There was no obligation. It took about a year for me to realize, sorry, this is 12 years ago or more, and I cannot say this without being there, but he never said, borrow my forgive. He said, I love him, borrow mine. What my Lord real dad loaned me in that moment was his love that I couldn't muster up for this obligation that I was meeting on this bed. The man who had beat me brutally, I'm changing his diaper, and I'm doing it rotely. It's not an affection thing. It's not I'm so sorry that this is what it's come to. It's your diaper needs changed.
Right.
And I've thought about that so much, my willingness to ask for something small because I'm afraid I won't get the big. But his heart towards me is the same as mine towards a grandkid. Oh, you want a cookie? No, I'm baking fresh cookies, and you're getting 12. And here's milk, and I have chocolate syrup.
Don't tell your parents.
Oh, tell them. Tell them I don't care. Oh, you need a bacon sandwich for a starter? On it. And how I treat my grandchildren, which I did not treat my son this way, but how I treat my grandchildren is I wanted something so small. I wanted to touch water and touch my tongue. And he's like, oh, hell no. Here is an endless fall.
Yeah, here's an ocean of it.
There's an ocean of water that will actually sustain you. because I don't think I fully understand love. I don't understand a forgive because it wouldn't mean I needed to be back in proximity of Raymond. I don't have to set myself up to be wounded by him again if he's still alive.
Right.
But this business of separating myself from people because I'm protecting myself, when he's saying no, Oliver did that. He is an orphan. You aren't Oliver Twist.
Right.
You're mine.
Right.
Let me protect you, and here's how I'm gonna protect you. I'm gonna be your maestro. I'm gonna disciple you.
That's right.
And when you can't get it, I'm gonna loan you mine. Until I don't know. Is there until? It's just a forever. I borrowed his love that day, and it's changed how I see everybody. It changed me radically or deeply, and it returned me to a little kid moment of, I don't know what to ask for.
Yeah.
But if I did, you tell me what it would be.
Right.
And I don't want to separate myself from dynamics where it could be painful to me, because I've learned my biggies. Does that sound like sadist people that are sadistic towards themselves?
No. It's not. Here's the way I would say it. It's not something we volunteer from, and it's not something we shy away from. Hebrews 12 says, "For the joy that was set before him."
Right.
Which, if you read it wrong, you think the joy is the cross. It's definitely not. Right?
Right.
The joy that was set before him is his seat next back to his dad. He endured the cross and despised its shame for the joy that was set before him. There's a good place for me to sit on the other side of me hanging up here. And I'm so fixated on that joy that if it means going through this cross,
To get it.
I already begged to get off of it.
Right.
But if you're not going to let me off, at least I got something to look forward to.
Make me remember what this was about.
Right? Christ in us, the hope of glory. Like, I got to have a hope or else I'm really dead.
All right.
Right? And that is my, I would never ask to, okay, as a black man in America, there's 1,000 other testimonies I'd like to have beside being sexually abused by an older teenage boy. I don't think any man
What's that?
wants to,
I think it must
say
be
that-
different for a guy than for a girl to say, oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
No man wants to say, yes, I was sexualized by another man at an age where I was so vulnerable, there was nothing I could do about it for about a 6-month period of time. All right, so it wasn't one and done, it wasn't twice, it wasn't, right? So, and who I am in relationship to Adonai because of that experience and so many others is why I am the way I am. If I sit down in front of Lord God, real dad, and he goes, hey, you get to choose the Shawshank shit tunnel that you want to traverse, what will it be? I'm not going, okay, all right.
I picked that.
I choose an older teenage boy to be the guy. No.
Right, right.
I choose pneumonia, bronchial pneumonia, which leaves me in the NICU for a month, which causes me to have an abandonment and attachment issue and a mother wound.
You pick that over the other.
No, I
you
don't pick
wouldn't.
any of it.
Right.
Right? That's before the actual sexual abuse.
Right.
And then the porn addiction comes at 12. And then the low self-esteem comes from there. And then my brother dies when I'm 29. And right, you can just keep going.
Right.
So we don't get to pick any of that. And we wouldn't pick. We would pick Lilyfield. We would go, help me to be a deeply empathic, caring person by only blessing me and leaving me on mountaintops.
And you're saying there's a problem with that plan?
I'm saying that's not possible. So I feel like first of all, I think we have to be close to the time that we usually spend together. Hector, how long have we been going?
3 hours, 44 minutes, and 25 seconds.
I told you we were going
No
to be close to
way.
4 hours.
No way.
I told you we'd be close
Holy
to 4
cow.
hours, right?
Am I supposed to? Do I apologize? Hector, do I apologize at this point? Hector's ignoring
No,
me.
it's a safe place.
So I'm not going to try to like break the record or try to get to our normal. And I will say, these kind of conversations are the conversations that we always have.
Yeah.
And I so excitedly, not desperately, I so excitedly wanted the dwellers to hear your story, to hear our conversation, to just get in on how we think. We're not saying we're smart, we know it, we got it all figured out. What we are saying is these are the conversations that keep us grounded, that keep us curious, that keep us guessing. Fascinated, right?
Deliberate. I think they keep us pretty deliberate.
They do. They absolutely do. And for me, every time I'm with you, Sunshine, I literally walk away like, I feel more understood. I'm like, okay, I'm not alone, right? Like I feel understood, like somebody gets me with no disclaimers, right? Like somebody gets me. And I think that's part of finding a tribe, right? This notion that we're all supposed to fit into whatever little cookie cutter box of, I won't even say what it is to be a follower of Christ, but I'll just say, how do I want to say this? We are not misfits.
Are you sure?
Yes. I'm really
Once or twice I have felt like it.
me as well. But I realized I just hadn't found my people. And when you find your people, you realize there's too many of them to believe that you're a misfit.
Right.
Right? You just don't fit with them because those ain't your people. Right? And I'm just I've learned to, I used to, because I'm such an inclusive person, I wanted everybody to be my people. And so when I was misunderstood, I'm like, let me explain myself so you can also be my people. And now I'm at a point in life where I'm like, I'm so cool. You ain't got to be my people.
You don't need to be my people.
And I still love you.
And
Right?
I'll make a pray for you.
Yeah, I'll pray for you, all the things.
But our taco time is limited.
Well, our taco time is non-existent. You cannot have vegan tacos with me. No, you cannot. So I'm just so refreshed by you. I'm so grateful you said yes to coming on, and I've learned so much of your story that we just hadn't got to yet because we wind up talking about all kind of other
We do.
delicious, wonderful things that
We
I'm
do.
like. So this was very sweet for me. Selfishly, I'm going to say I hope to hear more from Rivet.
Yeah.
I hope to hear more from Rivet. I hope that gets done because that is a piece of fiction that I can drown myself in.
It's been fun to consider it. And even when he gave me the name, I'm like, Rivet like the frog? He's like, no, Rivet like the clasp
That's right.
that holds things together.
That's what I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just been fun, and the best part has been I'll be riding along, and I'm the one going, that's what happens next. And no one in the room is more shocked than I am by that's where this is going.
Yeah.
It has been dead fun. I do. I meet a lot of people that want to be intentional. One of the things I admire and draw from is your intention is great, but then people can misuse it like, I didn't intentionally hurt your feelings. Okay, well, you didn't intentionally not. But I like the word deliberate better because deliberate is more verby to me. Intentional is a little more intellectual.
Yep.
And deliberate means I said I'd do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
And so I like deliberate. And time with you feels like deliberate chaos. We don't have to have an objective. We don't have to have a goal. We don't have to achieve something.
That's good.
But we're completely content. And I think that the parallel for me is it's got to be when I'm hanging with the triplets, whether it's all or one. Sometimes I just need one of them. I don't have to walk away with a solution. I don't have to walk away with a plan. I just get to walk away with a peace, if you will, that he's crazy about me.
That's right.
For me, in my insecurities, and my big insecurity is rejection. I don't like to be rejected. But for me to know that he's not, I'm 100% certain now, he's not ever going to do that. I didn't know.
Yep.
And so I was just going to stay away. And just in case you want to reject me, I'm just going to reject your ass first.
Right.
But now that, I guess you probably shouldn't say that relative to the triplets, but you know what I meant.
Yeah.
But
Exactly what you meant. So did they.
but that business of being in, and I find that with Hector as well. We went out to his place, and there's just this. There's this all-inclusive vacation feeling of, even if you're not okay, it is okay.
That's right.
And think, I love think. I love that on the left-hand side of the Bible, the word think in Hebrew doesn't exist. It's a heart. And so I love the fact that original understanding of thinking was all-encompassing. It was you thought with your heart.
Right.
Or you hearted with your thought. But that business of think, if I could do something that somebody paid me for, anything, I would want a job to think. And I don't have to think right. I don't have to think good. I don't have to. I just want to consider it.
Yes.
And just run it by heaven and go, okay, what do you think about? Oh,
Yeah.
that was pretty stupid. Okay, but that was so fun to think about.
Yeah.
And so when I'm out having coffee with you, whether it's here at the house or down at our town square coffee shop, there's just this freedom that no think that I have is going to make me look like a lunatic. It's okay with you for me to think and think out loud.
Yeah.
I like that.
I do too. I remember when I was a lead pastor, the elders wanted me to do they wanted me to be a better boss, like Monday through Friday. And I told them, if you want me to be a better boss, unburden me from preaching. And I'll be the best boss these people have ever had. I said, but if you want me to preach on the weekends, I can't also be a great boss Monday through Friday. I went on to say that nothing I do Monday through Friday is why we have any employees. What I do on Sundays is why we have employees. And then the third thing I said was, I think you all think you pay me to preach, but you actually don't pay me to preach. You can get anybody to come preach. You pay me to think.
You had my job. Somebody was paying you to think.
Somebody was paying me.
Is that job available right now?
Maybe. Oh, somewhere. We're losing a lot of pastors. So
Can you imagine me making a preach?
that would
my
be
God.
fantastic. I'd be on the front row.
That's just frightening.
That would be fun. No, I would be on the front row. It's not frightening to me. It sounds fun. So I just hope we create. I hope this conversation created a desire for people to find some people they can go think with, think out loud with, and they don't have to be right. They don't have to be wrong. It doesn't have to. They don't have to think right. They don't have to get it right. But we need to be able to think out loud. We need to be able to wrestle with stuff. We need to be able to say stuff without, oh God, Sunshine,
You a nut job.
oh my God, you said that? Do you believe that? Where's your heart on this? I'm like, good, oh my God. It's like, just let me say it and then go to sleep. I might get up in the morning and say I didn't mean none of it. I might get up tomorrow and stand on business and be like, I meant all of it.
I meant all of it.
But then 5 years later, I might not. Like, can we be on a journey, or does it all have? Do we all need to be nailing it right now? I don't believe stuff I believed 5 years ago.
Yeah. And it's important to think it out loud, isn't it? I love that thing where he says, power, life, and death is in the tongue. As soon as we say it out loud, it has a life. And now we get to nurture it or murder it. Things are supposed to come alive. Everything that we are, everything that we're around was spoken.
Yeah.
And the idea to make a sound is a creation. Conversation is probably, I don't know, I would put it up there with the top one.
That's right.
It's the coolest thing we get to create.
Yes, absolutely.
Is but when we stay by ourselves and we separate from the herd and we don't say things out loud, we can begin to believe what we're thinking without any kind of conversation or input or application. We're not doing it. We're just settling for, I had a great think today.
Right, exactly.
And then we're kind of proud of ourselves. But we're our only fan, and we're the only benefactor of the think.
Yeah, for sure.
And there's no community. There's no belong. It's not a break bread.
No.
It's not a drink wine. It's all of that.
It's solitary confinement, and I don't want to be there. I love you.
I love your guts, man.
I'm full.
Cool.
Like, I'm altogether full. I love you. This is way more than I wanted, dreamed of, hoped for. I won the lottery when the Lord brought me you.
Oh, you're too kind. Ditto back at you. We do. We should send Levi, like, I don't know.
We need to send him something.
Let's send him something.
Yeah, like, it needs to be on behalf of both of us.
Yeah.
I mean, we both have his address. We should just.
I'm actually going to. Oh no, you meant something good. Sorry.
I was meaning something good, but a whoopee cushion. We can put that in there with the good gift.
Okay, we'll send him to Jalisco's. We'll send him a great meal at Jalisco's.
That'll be great. I'm actually going to be there very soon.
When you gonna be there?
I'll tell you off air. That way we don't.
Oh, how about Tupelo's? Have you eaten at Tupelo's?
Tupelo's. Yeah, Tupelo's. Tupelo's honey or honey Tupelo's or whatever.
Yeah, it's right
it's
there.
Good.
It's in downtown.
Yeah. Tupelo's is nice.
Yeah, Tank always gets the same thing.
Even though I'm a vegan, I can still navigate pretty much anybody's menu.
Well, their mashed potatoes are to die for. It's all I eat there is their mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And
okay,
dessert.
I love you very much.
I love you, man. You've
Thank
been
you so
so
much for being
gracious,
on.
so kind.
Okay, y'all, Sunshine has 2 followers on Instagram. We're going to find out what her Instagram handle is, and we're going to get that up to 202 followers. However many people watch this app.
You can ask me now what that thing is that I sign into. Crap. I think it's like you put a little at sign, right?
Right.
So I think it's at Lisa the Mo Sunny.
The most sunny.
Yeah, it used to be Sunshine.
Yeah.
But I have a little friend that she said, I don't want to call you Sunshine. I want to call you Sunny.
That's
I was
cute.
like, okay, great. Well, I'll just change it right here, and everybody will know that you're the one that calls me Sunny.
That's awesome.
So I think it says
Okay. Lisa at the Mo Sunny.
Lisa the Mo Sunny.
Lisa. Okay.
At Lisa the Mo Sunny.
We're going to verify it as soon as this ep is over. And then we're going to make sure that it's in the description, and everybody go follow her so that she'll have more than 2 followers.
And you're going to show me how to find it.
And then I'll show you how to find your own handle on your Instagram,
Okay.
which will not be hard to do.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I love you.
I love you.
Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, peace.
The basement is back again, get it crackling. Press beat no matter what issues we tackling. Dwelling deep no matter what issues we grappling. Y'all heard the call no matter what candies I'm rapping in. 100 flow ain't the flow God chose. The basement is the flow God knows. We seen, heard, known, love, agreed all those. Maybe disagree, but that don't mean we foes. I'm back in this community with impunity. All them cancellations from the crowd couldn't ruin me. Besides the fact I'm digging wells rather usefully. We in the Discord with one accord kinda beautifully. Cali to Texas, dwellers don't test us. We dead to the flesh, crucifixion for breakfast. I am a vegan, no beef, only lettuce. So let us catch up with no mustard to bless us. God give us grace as we process these feelings. Give us the strength for this flesh we are killing. We are with you, remain true to the witness. Without you we lose, with you we are winning. Let's go.